less salary, then go say government need to pay them way.
All these taxi drivers safe, they don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Hey, you back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I go shoot you down. I go shoot you. Headlights, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to where carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Take, you be number 15. You be number 5. One and off them na number.
Let's allow them do their job. Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
What is it?
How
come Chukudi, that guy Chukudi, how come he's making more sales than us and we are in the same line of business?
Relax. Cool down.
Are you sure he's not using something? Ask him so that whatever he uses, we can use it.
I'll do something. I'll meet him. He's my brother. Calm down. What is that thing you are doing? I'm your brother. What is that thing you're doing? Look at your shop now. He's always busy.
Look, my friend, it is very simple. I don't tell you this thing before, but you know the
I am willing to go anywhere, any length. Just what is it you are doing? What is the secret?
It is very simple. See, just take your business, okay? Take your business, go to Day FM for adverts, and you go experience change.
Chukudi, stop this joke now.
I tell you, because now, as they talk so, their rates don't drop.
Chukudi, are you being serious?
I did tell you.
This man go safe. We got Chukudi. Want buy something new? We got Chukudi.
Who they collect money? Chief can face you come now.
I come. Emeka, I need to go now. But don't forget though, Today 95.1 FM. Carry your business, go give them, and you go see change.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best.
Chukudi, Dalo, thank you very much.
Big up, family.
Thank you.
All the fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name.
Cultism is a monster whose ravaging effects have left tales of woes such as loss of lives, kidnapping, drug abuse, threats, destruction of properties, blackmail, rape, and many other ills in society. In our society today, poor parental training, peer pressure, poverty, quest for power and social identity are the leading factors that contributes to youths indulging in this act. Again, peace can be restored to our society only if we attach value to human lives, and this would bring about rapid development to our community. Say no to cultism. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
Your number one talk radio station, 95.1 FM.
As the elections draw nigh,
The future of Nigeria hangs on a thread. Is she going to become all the evil predictions? Or will she become aware of all her potentials? The
leaders that will emerge will determine the path she will tow. As Nigeria journeys towards 2023, the yearnings of the people have become louder as poverty, insecurity, corruption and pain threaten the masses. And now, the voice of the people will no longer be silenced by bags of rice, wads of naira and yards of rubber. Today FM presents Towards 2023. An opportunity to bridge the gap between the politicians and the people, because power is by the people, for the people and of the people. Join us every Thursday by 5 p.m. as Today FM presents Towards 2023. An opportunity to bridge the gap between the politicians and the people. Towards 2023. Which way Nigeria? Which way River States?
This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1. The best of sports, lifestyle, analyses, and much more.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? This is Today's Quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, River State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM. From 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Underground
sure a lot of people will be wondering, well, what is this that is playing? But it's not every kind of song that I enjoy that you probably will enjoy. But this, someone who knows me pretty well, at least when it comes to music choices, sent me this, was it yesterday now? And he said, oh, I know you're going to enjoy this song. And I did. In fact, I went on to download several other songs from this band, or this person, or this group, or this individual. And I've been enjoying it. And I said, well, I was going to share it with you today. And I know it's going to be a little off for quite a number of you. And for those of you who enjoyed it, well, look at you now. Look at you. Well, let me see what I can do with this, right? Just to sort of on a good note. Let's let something happen. On a good note, you have to do a WhatsApp, okay? Because it's easier for me to keep tabs of you on WhatsApp. If you know the name of the musician for this song and the title of the song, send that to me on WhatsApp. The very first person who sends that to me on WhatsApp will get whatever it is I am offering you today. I could be offering you a hug, who knows? I could be offering, I'll give you a shout out. But most likely, I'm sure that I will be topping up your calling credit on your phones. If you do that, if you're the first person, right? So I could do up to 2,000. I'll give you 2,000 recharge card if you are the first person who can tell me the name of that song and the artist that sang the song. I just want to see how many people out there perhaps like the kind of music I like to, or was smart enough to keep an ear when the song was going on. So, but there's no fantastic anything from the song. No, don't worry. It's not one of those days. I'm just happy to hear that someone somewhere is enjoying the kind of songs I enjoy too. Like I said, when it comes to music, I could be very... my heart is really very big. I can accommodate a whole lot. I would take garage, I would take K-pop, I would take pop, I would take rap music. You find myself dancing away to Afrobeat. It's large. Sometimes it could be all the way down to music that a lot of people... I was listening to some Chinese local song the other day. I'm like, but it was the flute part I enjoyed. They had this really amazing instrument that they played music with. It's flutey like. I enjoy that completely. And I was like, if these people begin to appreciate these songs, I mean, they could also be well, I don't know if they could chart the world charts like Afrobeat is, but I did enjoy it too. Anyways, go on to our WhatsApp 07019339962 and share with me who you think the artist is and the title of the song. The first person to get that combination right will get my 2,000 naira recharge card. Just to start your Wednesday. It's midweek. Who says fun things can happen midweek? All right, so that's said and done. I'll check with my WhatsApp in a bit to see the names of the people who have attempted this, and I'll call out the winner. All right, and I'll do the. And speaking about winners, from the YouTube that we did some days back, when I was counting down my days of coffee. Oh, by the way, all throughout last week and this week, I haven't had coffee. So this is going to be like day, Monday, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6 days, 7, my day 2, day 3. There were some people who went on YouTube and I called out their names and I said I couldn't get the rest. But out of the names, 2 people so far have been credited. There's one more person. I think that's the female. Some Ungozi sons. I can't remember the name. Please go on to our Facebook page and send us a message and let us know that you are the one. Go to our Facebook and send us a message, a private message on Facebook, and let's know who you are, right? So you can get that. That's the only one that's pending. Today's own is on WhatsApp 07019339962. Let me know who is the artist of the song I just played, and also let me know if you know the name of, if you know the title of the song. Okay, let's get on now to it. This is on our Facebook page. Just a moment. So we have from our Facebook page this stories from the Vanguard newspaper. No country can develop beyond its capacity of its educational system. Buhari speaking there. No country can develop beyond the capacity of its educational system. Buhari Same fake ticket guaranteed to end in spectacular failure. Dogara hits APC. Same fake ticket guaranteed to end in spectacular failure. Dogara hits APC. No agenda to Islamize Nigeria, says Islamic Development Bank. No agenda to Islamize Nigeria, says Islamic Development Bank. NECA, ICCI, CIPM, NEEM set agenda for incoming government. NECA, ICCI, CIPM, NEEM set agenda for incoming government. Ohaneze denies demanding payments to support Igbo presidency. You find that in the Vanguard newspaper. Ohaneze denies demanding payments to support Igbo presidency. Anxiety grips Lekki residents as port project nears completion. Anxiety grips Lekki residents as port project nears completion. Tinubu meets Niger Delta stakeholders, reassures on amnesty and NDDC master plan. That story is also in the Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu meets Niger Delta stakeholders, reassures on amnesty, NDDC master plan. Government warns against blockage of Kaduna-Abuja road. Government warns against blockage of Kaduna-Abuja road. Insecurity, why Southeast wants state police residents speak. Insecurity, why Southeast wants state police residents speak. Concerns, implications as INEC clears Atiku, Obi, Tinubu and 15 others for presidential pool. Concerns, implications as INEC clears Atiku, Obi, Tinubu and 15 others for presidential pool. Knocks as Buhari's daughter-in-law graduates from UK varsity. Knocks as Buhari's daughter-in-law graduates from UK varsity. Defend 712 million naira fraud allegation, court tells Lamido. Defend 712 million naira fraud allegation, court tells Lamido. INEC REC appointments must be above board. INEC REC appointments must be above board. 2023 elections, what we must get right. The Punch has a piece on that. 2023 elections, what we must get right. Then you've got Maritime Minister demands deployment of 50 billion naira floating dock within months. Minister demands deployment of 50 billion naira floating dock within months. Federal government to leave behind 60.9 trillion naira debts and other liabilities in 2023. Federal government to leave behind 60.9 trillion naira debt and other liabilities in 2023. Nigerians may shock political class and parties in 2023, Obaseki warns. Nigerians may, he's not too sure now, but he says they may shock political class and parties in 2023 elections, Obaseki warns. ASU rules out returning to classes through court order. ASU rules out returning to classes through court order. At Onga, Sanwo-Olu woos foreign investors to Lagos, says the state is the safest in Nigeria. At Onga, Sanwo-Olu woos foreign investors to Lagos, says state safest in Nigeria. And then you have from this day newspaper, Nigeria witnessing rising cases of child labor, says Aisha Buhari and Ngige. Nigeria witnessing rising cases of child labor, says Aisha Buhari and Ngige, I beg your pardon. And then you also have from this day newspaper, the PDP man of peace. Emmanuel, who is the PDP man of peace?
Well, maybe of recent, it should be the former Ekiti governor.
Fayose. All right, that's the PDP man of peace, right?
Because he sued for peace.
Okay. See, you've always said that I always give out to people outside. I want you to try your luck so that if you got it right,
join me. The other one, not this one.
I wanted to give you a try. Let it be that you got something to say. You see, it's not my fault. PDP man of peace. Well, that's in the papers this morning. We'll get to that. You'll find out who that PDP man of peace is. Boko Haram terrorists and family members surrender. Boko Haram terrorists, family members surrender. You find that in the Daily Post. ASU strike. Lecturers reach agreement with reps await Buhari's approval. ASU strike. Lecturers reach agreement with reps await Buhari's approval. Strike, no going back on protest. Nance dares Kaduna state government. Strike. No going back on protest. Nance dares Kaduna government. All not well with Nigeria. We told Buhari many times. Sultan of Sokoto, they're speaking. You get that in the Daily Post. All not well with Nigeria. We told Buhari many times. Sultan of Sokoto. Well, Buhari says he's done extremely well. He doesn't know why he's not getting his flowers now. And then you also have from the Tide newspaper, River State government closes Ikwere Road to traffic. This is going to happen from now to Friday. River State closes Ikwere Road to traffic. And then you have survey once against moving election says 74% of Nigerians do not feel safe. Survey warns against moving elections says 74% of Nigerians do not feel safe. And finally, River State government set to commission medical schools faculty buildings in October. River State set to commission medical schools and faculty buildings in October. So let's start from the very top. And then you've got no nation can develop beyond its capacity, its educational capacity, or the capacity of its educational system. President Muhammadu Buhari has called for collaborative partnerships that will build a framework of ideas to transform educational systems globally. He spoke at a time the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, had been on strike for about 8 months following the failure of the federal government to meet the demands of its members. Buhari spoke on Monday while delivering Nigeria's statement at the Transforming Education Summit Leaders Roundtable, organized on the margins of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, UNGA. He said, in transforming education, we must not erect borders. Where they exist, we must bring them down, as we have much to learn from each other. As we are aware, improving equitable and inclusive access to quality educational opportunities is germane to ensuring the full development of our societies. No country can develop beyond the capacity of its educational system. End of quote. Buhari said it will be difficult to have a meaningful conversation around transforming the national education systems without transforming the teaching profession. He called for more deliberations on efforts to expand innovations and research on teacher education and the professional development of teachers. He said, and I quote, "The process of building a sustainable teacher supply chain to address the challenges of teacher shortages is important and calls for global action. Nigeria also wishes to reiterate the need for all member states and stakeholders to address the systemic and structural issues that hamper access to quality education. It is only when we do this that we can create a world truly fit for all and where no one is left behind." End of quote. Well, I mean, a lot of people are taking a jive of that and said, well, he's speaking eloquently concerning education, but ASU has been on strike here for about 8 months and he doesn't seem to do anything about it. Emmanuel, let me have your thoughts on that.
Yeah, good morning, Annie.
Good morning,
Good
Emmanuel.
morning, Nigeria. You see, Buhari's statement or comment on this particular education is apt. He made it at Onga. Very much apt, Annie, I tell you. However, I don't know why anytime Buhari makes any statement or comment, I find internal contradiction in that comment, even though the comments happen to be like this one, mirroring the aptness of it. But I do not know why, whether he doesn't think about his own activity, that's talking about his administration activity, with whatever he wants to say. Now, you are talking about all the rudiments that will make education very much needed by any nation, saying that no nation can surpass is the quality of education in anything at all. That is very correct. However, you have also laid those landmines for education in your own country. Everything, no money. Everything, no money. But none of the political activities have indeed been stopped because of no money. There will always be money for political activities. But once it comes to education, there will be no money. So I don't know what he said. Well, you see, it pains me that other world leaders who attended that or whatever they're having there will be looking at him. Is it not this one we've heard that for 7 months that education is not moving at the tertiary level in his country? He is the one speaking very eloquently about education and the quality and, of course, what a nation should do to clear landmines for this education. For me, every time the way our leaders in Nigeria go in making any comment will seem as if they are just deceiving the people they are leading.
All right, Manu, we got your thoughts on that. We also have joining us Lord Chief Asher Frank. He's a Monarch, River State Coordinator of Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council and leader of the Bridge Organization Global. Good to have you here. Good morning.
It's my delight to be here. Thank you very much.
All right, we also have Dr. Obidima, JP journalist and international affairs analyst. It's good to have you here with us, Dr. Obidima.
And good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry.
All right, thanks. All right, let's get to Lord Asher Frank. Let's start with your thoughts on this. What do you think about the position of the president concerning education and the realities that we have here under his administration concerning education?
I think first thing any human being will do is to get his head right. The moment the head is right, actions can be channeled in that direction. Societies are not perfect, especially the developing ones, and it is very regrettable that in Nigeria, educationally speaking, as democratized as education has been over the years, it has been a scenario where the federal government and each university institutions have not been able to come into such a good consensus such that we will not be hearing of ASU and strikes. Be that as it may, Nigeria will not say that it has lagged behind educationally. Nigeria is moving. There is a high level of awareness. There is a high level of involvement of private and government people in the educational process in Nigeria. But like I said, something has to be done between the employer and the employees of the university system as pertaining to the federal government ownership, so that the idea of our students and even our lecturers being at home for even 72 hours will cease to be the norm. Because this ASU thing, as far as I know, have gone way back. Under Babangida, ASU went on strike for how long? Under Jonathan, under Obasanjo, under Buhari. I think I want to see a scenario where negotiators should take into consideration the interests of the nation, and they should take into consideration the interests of pupils, so that they can arrive at something agreeable, something implementable, so that that very scenario will be seen as a scenario in the past in Nigeria.
All right, we got your thoughts on that. Dr. Obitima.
I think the worst thing that can happen to a man is to lie to himself. I think Buhari just read the script. Another thing is that the script you're reading, if you have understanding of that script, it's a different thing. He is among the leaders from 1999 till now. He appears to be one that really don't value education, his administration. Yes, we know that there are ASU strike, we had it in different administrations, but he appeared to be the only one that is not so concerned to intervene, to come into it and stop it. And appear not to. I think that was yesterday I saw a picture in one of the online newspaper. The daughter-in-law graduated from an university in UK. Why the education sector is getting decayed here. Yes, it's not even the statement he made is not even original to him. People have been saying it, who have also been saying it, that no nation can grow more than its knowledge base. So if you go to outside world, we're in a globalized system today that whatever that happens in any part of the world is also made bare to other people who are in the other part of the world. So the world know that the president is not saying the truth, and that ASU, the university, the public university, have closed for a long time. I think this appears to be the longest.
Yeah.
Yes.
8 months.
Yes, it's the longest. And they seem not to be also light at the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, I say it that we are retrogress seriously in terms of education. Egypt, do you know that every PhD program in Egypt is tied to the GDP? These are people who know what knowledge is. If you go to Finland, in fact, the resources of Finland is based on education. And all the people we put effort and resources to train here have been now imported in Canada, in UK, especially the medical doctors. And we don't even have value for them. Look at our medical doctors, they are still hopping into keke, going to hospital. There is no incentive, no motivation. And you still want those people to operate the way that can add value to the society. I don't know what is, in fact, I cannot really put finger on what is saying that statement, because if our president understand what he's reading to the world, he will even be there.
What are you insinuating?
He will be there and give instruction
that he doesn't know what he's reading.
Yes, that is the truth. Because it's a fine script, but is that the reality? You know,
Nigeria.
He came back from salary saying, Minister of Education, within 2 weeks, what has happened? It has taken close to 2 months now. And yet, we borrow money to do railway from here to Maladi or where in Niger Republic. We borrow money for Lagos Ibadan, Second Niger Bridge, Abacha Loot every time. That Abacha Loot is enough to at least to a great extent fix our educational system.
Right.
And nobody channels any money that comes towards the educational system. Look at yesterday, and do you know that the private universities are even overwhelmed with requests for admission? Yes, a pastor, I've been working it since yesterday. The daughter was given admission, and the only child admission to study pharmacy at Bunede University. But they can't answer. They said the portal has closed at the 30th of this month. She had not paid. She could not pay what they call acceptance fee before 30th. That the team, both medical, nursing, medicine, medical lab, pharmacy, that the portal has closed because of over-admission.
Obidima, we got your thoughts there. Thank you so much.
You know,
let's move on to another story in the
how many people have the money to go there?
Your time is over. 2023, same fate ticket guaranteed to end in spectacular failure. Dogara hits APC. You find that in the Vanguard newspaper. 2023, same fate ticket guaranteed to end in grand failure. That's what Dogara is promising the APC. Let me see if I can pull that story up. Said it's guaranteed. Okay. Just a moment now. Okay, this is the story. Former Speaker of the House of Representatives Yakubu Dogara has described the adoption of the same-faith ticket by the All Progressive Congress APC as a political move guaranteed to end in spectacular failure. Dogara said this while delivering a keynote address at the summit Meet the Church, organized by Nigerian National Christian Coalition (NNCC), with the theme "The Role of the Church in Nation Building." Taking a swipe at APC's insistence on fielding a Muslim presidential candidate, he said, "In their convoluted posturing, they have placed state building ahead of nation building, a task never before achieved in history, and we need no seer to tell us that such endeavor is guaranteed to end in spectacular failure. No divided people have ever built any civilization. I am so elated that today's church in Nigeria has shaken off the beast of complacency of the past into the fire by speaking up and resisting measures adopted by some political platforms that will hamper nation building. In a manner that negated the fundamentals of nation building, such as shared identity, values, and visions, the APC adopted the same faith ticket in a country that has never attained nationhood." Dogara noted that long before the adoption of the same faith ticket, the church had warned against it through the Christian Association of Nigeria, the Catholic Secretariat, ECWA, and so many other Christian bodies. And he said, and I quote, "These warnings were not only ignored but also dismissed in one fell swoop by the APC presidential candidate, who strangely believes he can build a strong, secure, and viable nation state without first forging a shared identity, vision, and values for our people, thereby enabling us transit from citizens of a country into a nation of people with strong shared identity and values. To demonstrate that the church is right, it is not alone in condemning the same faith ticket. Other prominent Islamic clerics and Muslim leaders have also spoken in the same light. It is a good omen to both Christian and Muslim elites are not complacent over this matter. To this end, it will be easy to generate the needed elite consensus that is key to nation building. All nations are built by elite consensus, while all countries that failed in nation building were destroyed by elite complacency." The former speaker also called on Christians to resist the temptation to waste their votes in the 2023 general elections. I think Dogara was part of the APC before. Is he still of the APC, or has he moved ship
to
PDP?
It's him.
He's still of the APC, okay.
Yes.
But he just doesn't appreciate the same faith tickets.
There must be certainly a point in any activity that will ike somebody. Dogara is really pissed off with Tinubu's choice. But you see, I agree with him that elite consensus will build a nation, but elite complacency will destroy a nation. I agree totally. However, I think he shouldn't be too maybe convinced of his postulation. He shouldn't. See, Tinubu, I have said I don't know why Nigeria, as it were in a local palace, is drinking Panadol over other people's headache. I don't know. In a country, you're in a nation where diversity is very rife, like Nigeria, you see, we talk about equity. Everything you are doing, you have to be equitable in doing it. If not, you will help in destroying it, estranging people and all that from whatever you are doing or what you represent yourself. Tinubu looks at everything, and by his calculation, perhaps political one, he thinks that if he chooses a Muslim, that he's going to win. Why not leave him? If he loses, will it be Emmanuel Ndukwe? I'm not even in any race. If Tinubu loses because of the choice he made, it will be his own. So, Dogara, relax. If he were, I'm talking about Dogara, if he were the one in the race, certainly from all that he's saying, he would have chosen a Muslim. Yes, he's a Christian. He would have chosen another person from, even if a Muslim from the south. But the issue is that it's Tinubu here. And Tinubu has every right to make his own choice. If he fails because of the choice, fine for him. If he succeeds because of his choice, fine for him. The issue is that nobody at this stage can be very sure that Tinubu will fail because of the choice he made.
All right, Mal, look at your thoughts. Lord Asher Frank, I mean, you're the coordinator of Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council. Do you think that one of the biggest hurdles you have ahead of you is the Staying Fit ticket that your party has?
That is not an issue to us at all. What is an issue to us is getting prices of goods and services to come down. That is our major headache. When you talk of zoning, the principles of zoning is predominantly geopolitical. When people try to play gutter politics and bring in primordial sentiments, we will advise such persons to play politics. So there must be winners and there must be losers. As far as we are concerned, Tinubu is a southerner and he took a northerner as his running mate, geopolitically very correct. Whatever is their private leanings, social, religious, business, or otherwise, is their right as guaranteed by the Constitution, and it cannot, for any reason, debar them from gunning for offices. No. If it's not comfortable with you, that is why we have multiple parties. If it's not comfortable with you, you are lying elsewhere. You play politics. There will be winners and there will be losers. As far as we of the Tinubu family is concerned, we are very comfortable with Shettima. A good banker will feel they can bring a lot to bear in considering the economic situation in the country. We have looked at his profile, we looked at his person, we looked at his antecedents, and we think he's the man from the north who should get the job done. Pairing with Tinubu. If you feel that because of his faith, which is his private prerogative, that he should not be given the opportunity, even in the PDP, in every after the presidential primary, we'll expect such persons one chair for every position. And when it is not favorably disposed to you, you learn to serve. Because others who didn't sit on any chair served you. When you sat on those chairs, don't fool yourself that you are the best thing that happened to the political parties. No, you are not. It's just that opportunity beckons on you at such point in time, and people served you. When it is not favoring you, you serve others. If you too feel too big that you cannot serve anybody, then you form your own party. But as far as the Tinubu family is concerned, we are not new to it. We've come a very long way. We are a family dating back to the Social Democratic Party. We are a family that fought the military dictatorship, who came through NADECO, came through AD. We didn't just come yesterday. We have run this ticket before and we won.
There's something Dogara says. He says
we won.
We haven't built an identity as a nation yet.
That is his idea.
So you don't agree? You think
I don't agree.
You think Nigerians are that united? We see ourselves as a nation.
There is the concept of unity in diversity.
And
it's contextual.
I know it's context, but do you think that this is something Nigerians have embraced and that it's not just structural? It's not structural. It's not just theory, but something that we have adopted as a people. That we have that unifying spirit.
At least I participated in June 12. I was an active participant in June 12. And we had an Nkewa Abiola and a Babagana Kingibe, two fantastic men. Unfortunately, for people who think like Dogara, they share the same religious belief. I saw how Nigerians voted. It was the elite who felt uncomfortable with what was becoming a progressive revolution coming into play. And they wanted to recycle themselves as conservatives in the Nigerian political space. And they got Bangla to annul the election. So we've passed through that road before.
Right. Okay.
So if you feel
I
that...
think it's the same thing.
If you feel it, no, of course, we have that experience.
Right.
And we know we can fly.
Okay.
Because we have the material to fly with.
Right.
So we can fly. If Dogara feels otherwise, we wish him the best of luck.
We got your thoughts there, Lord Chief Asha Frank. Dr. Bitima.
Well,
Dogara says it's guaranteed failure.
in fact, from that very first day, he announced Shettima. That is the day that the sword of Damascus came upon him and the APC. Look, you see, what Tinubu did was a deliberate action. It was not a mistake. go back to 2014. When Buhari had retired, it was Tinubu that went and brought him out of retirement and told him, look, he's going to fund. He should come. And he also told Buhari that he's going to run with him. Muslim ticket. Go to the archive and check. You will find out that what I'm telling you is the truth. But some elements within APC that time said no, that they will not say. And they fought him to stand still. And Buhari was forced to swallow the bitter pill to drop that idea. Now, coming this time again, Emile Lokon, I think that is the name.
Of what? That's the name of what?
Of Tinubu now.
That's not Tinubu's name.
It's not his personal name.
Okay.
His name is Tinubu.
It's okay. Said it is his turn.
That's the meaning of it.
Okay. It is his turn, my turn. No, I just that because you say.
No, but you must hold on. You don't just lift that. You must remember in what context he said.
Wait, you see,
no,
the
not
context,
no matter. That's the problem
context,
we make.
even within the APC.
Why did he say it is my turn?
I don't know the agreement he had with.
No, it wasn't an agreement he made. He was talking about how he helped other people into office. He said, "I helped you. I helped you. I did that. I did this. It is my turn."
So he helped people those people that in all the states of the federation, those that we appointed commissioners. Is the governor the one that helped them to be commissioners? You see, these are jaded thinking that I don't know how to fix it. So he came, despite the fact that, like Dugara said there was enough warning not to go that way. But let us say this: religion is very, very key to our humanity in any part of the world, whether America. Go to America today, no matter how liberal, they cannot allow a Muslim to be president of America. So also in UK, if you go to Israel, go and pick an Arab now to be the prime minister of Israel. So these things are part of our humanity, our life.
Let me ask a question. In these places you mentioned, in the UK, in the US, they can't pick who?
A Muslim to be president.
So in the population there, how many Muslims are there?
Look,
in the population there,
no matter Annie, listen now.
You have to look at. You can't just throw that in there.
So understand what I'm saying.
Okay, good.
Do you know what it cost Obama to convince Americans that he was not a Muslim?
But did he win? Did he win then?
No, he convinced that I was not a Muslim.
But did he win eventually?
He won, but he's not a Muslim.
So my point here now is that if you have a Muslim that is coming on board and he fails, and you're saying he can't win, I'm saying look at the place you're asking a Muslim to go to context. You're looking at a majorly Christian nation.
And if you come to Nigeria, despite the fact we don't have data, look, the Christian population is even more than the Muslim population.
Well, I'm not here to argue that.
Because
that's not my
of lack of data.
But the point that we agree here is that we have, if there's any divisions between the Christian and the Muslim in numbers, it's just going to be minute. It's not huge.
But that's
for whichever way it falls.
Beyond that, if you go to what caused problem in Switzerland in 17 something, it was the issue of this one was even Christian, Catholic, and the Protestant, and the civil war was fought. It was after that civil war they had to sit down together to define and to direct how to manage their diversity. So religion has been, in fact, Kama say it's the opinion of the people. And when you come, you know that culturally, religiously, we have this kind of sensitivity in this country. And you are doing it to spite a particular and taking into cognizance what Buhari has done from 2015 till now, where he kind of made Islam and those who practice it to to have a kind of a notch higher than any other this in this country by the kind of nepotism and the kind of socializing that he promoted to a particular faith, and that even raised the consciousness. If you go to the issue of Abiola and Kingibe issue, did it work? Did it work? Were they made president? Were they made the vice president and president? No, it didn't work. Despite the fact that some people were shut out in that dispensation, people like Shiruma, Ayaradua were all disqualified by Babangida administration. That even gave Abiola that kind of opportunity to be seen as maybe the most popular within that listing. But did he man the throne? He didn't man the throne. So a lot of sometimes there are divine interventions in these things, and this is what is going to.
It's a divine intervention.
Yeah, this is what is going to hit Tinubu and the APC.
All right.
So Abiola was not killed by
the point we are saying is in a religiously sensitive nation like Nigeria, it don't come on with this kind of a thing. There is how we should manage our diversity. Who said there's unity in diversity present? There's no unity. And this thing, Buhari's administration has even truncated the unity that existed before now.
All right.
You know, now every faith, let's see now, 2023 is coming. Let's see if APC will not, with this new electoral act, they will fail woefully, and the next time they will learn lessons.
All right.
It's unfortunate that he has come up with this kind of agenda. And when they talk of performance, I don't know the performance of Tinubu in Lagos or Shetima in this thing.
All right.
We can call Okocha and Amokachi to come back to Super Ego because of their past performances.
Okay, we got your thoughts on that then.
Tinubu performed in Lagos. That's not.
Oh, tell me one edifice that you can tie to Tinubu administration.
Let's move on from
performance
that there.
in Lagos. That's nothing.
Let's move away from there. We have from the Vanguard newspaper. No agenda to Islamize Nigeria, says Islamic Development Bank. No agenda to Islamize Nigeria, says Islamic Development Bank. That story is in the Vanguard newspaper. Let me take a quick peek at it. It says here the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, has no agenda to Islamize Nigeria, Dr. Thema Bazim, Director of Marketing and Communication, has said. Leading a four-man delegation to Vanguard Regional Office Abuja yesterday, Bazim explained that the ISDB was like any other development finance institution, mainly focusing on the socio-economic development of the people in member countries. He said sometimes because our name is Islamic Development Bank, some people think that we do projects to Islamize the places we operate, especially here in Nigeria. We have heard a lot. I can assure you this is not in our agenda at all. We are a socio-economic development agency or institution. Our projects can be in a Christian-dominated community, depending on the needs of the country. If the National Development Plan says we have a need here and the project went well, the project will be done there, no matter the religion or ethnicity in that part of the country. Even our projects in non-member countries, we help Muslim communities in non-member countries, but we help them in projects like schools and hospitals. These facilities are open to everyone, and we help them to be better citizens of their countries, because when people have better economic status, they begin to contribute to the development of their nations, no matter whether they are Muslims or not. We need the media to help us in tackling the perception, because that will help a lot in the success of our projects in Nigeria and other countries. I think again in Nigeria, they're going to find that, you know, they do have some form of resistance with the people accepting them wholeheartedly because of the divisions that runs deep within us here in Nigeria.
Well, that is true, Annie, because when anybody thinks that there is no division in this country, the person is not telling himself or herself the truth. The division in the country have never seen when it reaches the pitch it is occupying now. Back to what this particular Islamic Development Bank person is saying. Truly, I'm not sure they will have such plan. But that's not the issue. The issue is that they cannot, even if they have such plans, they can't Islamize Nigeria. I have said it, I don't know how Nigerians think. In 1986, Ibrahim Babangida enlisted Nigeria into OIC. What has happened since then? Even with his iron grip and Abacha's iron grip on power, what happened? Was Nigeria Islamized? Do you know what it means that Nigeria will wake up and, even if done officially, it cannot happen. It can't come to reality in Nigeria. So the bank, I am seeing it as, like you mentioned, a bank that has maybe need in the Islamic part of Nigeria, because it's undeniable that some part of the north, maybe majorly the north, is full of Islamic people. So if they have such a bank, facilities and all that, a bank could be established along that line. Nothing is bad about it. But not coming to even tell us that no plan to Islamize Nigeria, I think it should be rephrased that no power, we don't have power to Islamize Nigeria. You can't do it. Also, the Christians, the professed Christian cannot Christianize Nigeria. They can't. Each person must belong to his own. He's chosen. Except they now wrap up and say, we have removed the freedom of religion that exists within our shores. Then those in authority could force others. Yet, there are people that will not succumb. Emmanuel Ndukwe is one.
All right, Emmanuel, we'll get your thoughts on that. When we do return, I'd like to hear Lord Ash's thoughts on this, especially since he already believes we don't have those kind of divisions here in Nigeria. When we do return, we'll listen to him and Dr. Obitima. The news update comes up next. Stay with us.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The camp of River State Governor Nyesom Wike in the People's Democratic Party has officially announced its withdrawal from participating in the presidential campaign of the party for the 2023 elections. The group made its position known after a long meeting which started at about 7 p.m. last night and ended by past 2 a.m. this morning at the private residence of Governor Wike in Port Harcourt. Members of the group said none of them will participate in whatever capacity in the campaign council unless the national chairman of the party, Yocha Ayu, resigns for a southern candidate. Some members of the group were recently appointed as leaders and members of the campaign council for the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Present at this defining gathering at Wike's residence in Port Harcourt include Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, former governors Olusegun Mimiko of Ondo, Ayo Fayose of Ekiti, Donald Duke of Cross River, Ibrahim Dankwabo of Gombe, Jonah Jang of Plateau, former Attorney General of the Federation, Mohammed Adoke. Others at the meeting are elder statesman Olabode George, Jerry Gana, South Chairman of the PDP, Dan Obi, former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Chibudun Wuche, Senator Suleiman Nazif, and then Inenna Ukuje, among several others. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has listed Godswill Akpabio as the All Progressives Congress senatorial candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest, but did not name the party's candidate for Yobe North. This was contained in the list of candidates for the election released by INEC on Tuesday evening. Akpabio, a former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, had contested the APC presidential primary, but withdrew for eventual winner Bola Tinubu on the day of the exercise. Since then, his candidature for the senatorial election had been in question, But the Federal High Court in Abuja last week ordered the Electoral Commission to recognize the former governor as the APC flag bearer for Akwa Ibom Northwest. But in Yobe North, INEC did not list any candidate for the ruling APC, where Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir Machina are jostling for the ticket. INEC also released the final list of candidates contesting for the presidency in the 2023 general elections. Academic Staff Union of Universities says any verdict of the industrial court that forces lecturers back to school will have a negative impact. The president of ASU, Professor Emmanuel Osadeke, who said this while meeting with the leadership of the House of Representatives on Tuesday, said forcing lecturers back to school is like forcing doctors to treat patients. It will be recalled that the federal government dragged ASU to the National Industrial Court over the 7 months ASU strike. The court is expected to reconvene today. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed December 5th to deliver a ruling in an application filed by an alleged organ harvest victim, David Ukpo, seeking to stop the release of his biodata to a court in London, United Kingdom. Justice Iang Eko fixed the dates on Tuesday after taking arguments from counsels to Ukpo and a former deputy president of the Senate, Ike Kweremadu. He, however, said both parties in the suit may be recalled for an early date should the ruling be ready before December 5th date. Ukpo had, through his counsel, Bamidele Igbinidion, prayed the court to set aside the July 1st order of the court, which permitted the release of his personal information and biodata to the Uxbridge Magistrate Court and the Central Criminal Court of the United Kingdom without giving him fair hearing by the court. Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a partial military mobilization in Russia that starts today. In a televised address to the nation, he said that this was a necessary step to ensure Russian territory integrity. He said the West wanted to destroy Russia. Russia's defense minister said in an interview that 300,000 people will be called up to serve in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Western nations have condemned Moscow's plans to hold urgent so-called referendums in parts of Ukraine that are currently under Russian control. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. It's your right to vote. Please ensure that you take advantage of this coming election to elect the leaders of your choice. Good morning. I am Annie Abdul-Salam. Thank you for listening.
Are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It's a triple experience on this frequency. Talk, news, and sports. Right here, every day on Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's a new day. It's a beautiful, beautiful day in the garden city of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Nigeria. How are you doing? Today 95.1 FM is here for you all day long. Cheers to a wonderful day. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's 8 minutes gone past 9 and you're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. And right now I have someone with me in the studio here to share amazing information with every one of us. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm always delighted to be here.
Welcome. What's your name? Just kindly introduce yourself.
All right. My name is Mrs. Blessing Ishola Samuel, a representative of Handtech Markets.
Great to have you. You're welcome. So now, can you tell us?
Is mine.
Can you tell us about Handtech Market for people who haven't heard you for the first time or who are just hearing you for the first time? What is Handtech Market all about?
All right, good morning once again. I'm representing Handtech, and for those of you listening to me for the very first time, Handtech Markets is a multi-tier fintech company that is regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, we call FCA in the UK, and also Financial Service Commission Mauritius. When we say something is multi-tier one, it simply means we have financial bodies regulating our mode of operation, and this company in Handtech Market has 32 years of excellence in empowering clients. We show clients the secrets of profiting in the global financial market. In a layman word, Handtech Market is a forex broker, and for those of you who probably don't know anything about forex, or you're hearing the word forex, we are simply talking about the foreign exchange, the online currency market where people take advantage of. And for Handtech, we're not just existing for 32 years. We have physical presence in over 5 continents, 12 countries, and here in Nigeria, if you want to have physical contact, you want to walk into any of our branches across Nigeria, we have 4 major regional offices in Abuja, Enugu, Port Harcourt, Lagos, with several partner offices across other states. So that's it for those of you who are hearing about Handtech for the first time.
All right. So now, what makes Handtech Market different from other forex companies? Because come on, this is not the first time we're getting to hear about. There's so many in Nigeria and all over the world. So what makes you guys unique? What makes you different?
With over 32 years of transparent dealing with clients, we're always updating on our product and making the platform seemingly simple for clients to navigate. And aside that, the genuine interest to create successful traders is the reason why Handtech Markets help its clients with free online training and physical training, both from the beginners class to the intermediates down to the advanced. And Handtech Market doesn't just stop at that. We talk about also trading platform with trading indicators. We have some people who are interested in the forex market but don't even have time to do this themselves. I would want to employ the use of EA, what other people call robots. For some platform, their platform don't accept things like that. But for Handtech Market, you could trade yourself. We have indicators that could also help you trade. You could use your EA if you have any to trade for you. Or we also give a very huge IB or partner reward. Aside that, robust multi-tier 1 regulation, free educational tool with even $50 initial startup capital for students with over 90% pass. You can imagine, it simply means for serious minded people who are ready to do well in our online suite. We also go a long way to encourage them to see how to give as little as that as a startup capital. Now, in aids to achieve financial independence, we encourage clients not just to use the platform but also offer mentorship guide to those who are really interested, who are just starting. And that in another form, give people the opportunity to live their dream life.
Give people the opportunity to live their dream life. Now, with the rising inflation and everything happening, don't you think it's going to, affect your, the outcome of trading and everything?
No. Now, with the outcome of inflation and the rise in prices of everything, it's very important for people to understand how to earn money in the financial market. We're simply talking about the need for extra means of income. And this is not something too difficult because as we speak, there is reduced purchasing power, poor standard of living, high cost of living, foodstuff and everything, not to mention but a few. The way to overcome this is just to have different means of income. And this aspect of generating income does not stop other things you're doing, your 4 to 5 and other things. This is simply an online market that goes on 24/5 because the market closes weekend by 10 midnight. I'm sorry, not midnight, 10 p.m. in the night. But before then, it's a 24-hour market, and there is no restriction with your location provided you have the requirements, which is an Android device, your internet connection, a good broker like Handtech, a fund, startup capital. But most importantly for me also is that you have the knowledge, the skill set to do better. And that is why as a result of what we are always giving out to clients, we are organizing an online wealth creation seminar this Friday, the 23rd of September, Friday by 1 p.m. And what's the important, what makes this seminar unique from every other seminar we've been having in the history of Handtech? This is online based, a webinar via Zoom. It simply means you don't need to come to the office. Anywhere you are, even if you're on transit, you have internet, you could just log in and be part of it. Now there's going to be lots of guest speakers that would enlighten you more, and thereby you decide which aspect of forex you want to create a niche, not just to learn, because there are different ways to earn in this industry. It doesn't just stop at you trading alone. There are lots of career opportunities in the forex market. So for this seminar that is coming up this week, Friday 23rd, participants are given the opportunity, even if you're at work, you could just use your earpiece and the rest of them connect. Just going to be a 1 hour 30 minutes or less wealth creation seminar that would open your eyes and give you more rooms to take decision and how you can navigate the forex market. So how do you participate? Right now, as you're listening to me, for interested participants who would want to participate in the online wealth creation seminar, that means even if you're in Aba, you're in Calabar, the environment, Port Harcourt, you're listening to me, you're connected to this, all you simply need to do is to send your name and your location. You could also, for us to know where you head us from, you could just say, for instance, Blessing TFM for Today FM. Just send that code right now as an SMS to the number 08056905612. If you don't get that, just send your name and the code TFM to the number 08056905612. Once we get your detail, you get the registration link for this Zoom meeting, and we'll keep reminding you with the Zoom link for you to join and participate in this.
All right, so now who is eligible to attend this seminar?
Now 18 years and above, either you are a male, you are a female, you have an Android phone, you have any means of identification, because after the seminar we'll be contacting you to identify yourself, and there's going to be a cool cash winning in this seminar. There's going to be a raffle draw in this seminar, and trust me, more than one or two will have a startup capital. When you exchange dollar for Naira right now, you know what we are talking about. So if you have an opportunity to win $250, to win $50, to win, you know what that means as a startup capital. So quickly send your name and the code TFM to the number 08056905612. Send your name and the code TFM to the number 08056905612. 905612. Now, some people would also want to understand the risk factor in this business and how you can curb it or how you can manage it. Life itself is a risk. Everything has its own risk aspect, but this form of risk can be managed and you would know how to do it better, and that's why the mentorship channel is available for you. So there's no excuse for you not to be part of this program because it is online.
All right. So now, I want you to say something to people who still are not convinced of the possibilities of making money online on the internet. And also women too who have not, jumped on the bandwagon to join, what's happening.
Now, it really baffles me to think in this era of computer and online age, some people are still doubting the possibility of earning income online when there are thousands of people who have taken advantage of it globally. Do you know, even as we speak, some people don't need to leave their house to earn, and they still earn better than those who do their 9-to-5 job. That is because there are varieties and numerous opportunities you can have out there. It doesn't mean there are no avenue for people to scam or to defraud people. Now, anywhere you see a counterfeit, or there's always the unoriginal of that version. So you owe yourself the responsibility to do your due diligence of searching about the company you're about dealing with, and not just accepting just the verbatim thing, anything, and any verbal instruction anybody can tell you. After you hear that, go a step further, investigate the people you're about dealing with, so you don't miss out. You're also reducing your stress. And with Handtech, for 32 or 33 years that we've been in business, 33 years, sorry, we've been waxing strong because we are innovative, flexible, and always reaching out to clients, saying that that is why anytime
don't show, everybody don't drop out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
You know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Okay, leave my clothes now. Wait, you won't take me. Okay.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Wetin I do where you want collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties, but what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another?
Things will get better if you just hold my hand.
This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe na offense.
Una don hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give una. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
95.
The news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel
it? Wake up.
Ticket doesn't consider diversity of this country, and they will understand better when they lose in 2023. It is the will of God that they lose. Charlie Peace, no country can develop beyond the capacity of its educational system, says Buhari. I can see now that this is the reason why our leaders have decided to underdevelop our country so that it cannot develop our educational system. Now it has proven that we have Boko boys in the government leading Nigeria astray, who do not want Western education. Lord grant us spit or be come 2023. Amen. In Jesus' name, amen. And he puts on a lot of emojis there. I don't know what you think those emojis will do. You think that is what will bring him? Charlie Peace, you sent that in. Chinedu Onoha, no country can develop beyond the capacity of its educational system. Buhari, this is rather another pessimistic rhetoric coming from the number one man of Nigeria. Sometimes I don't understand the way our leaders reasons. Maybe he meant that Nigeria development cannot develop beyond its educational capacity because the Nigerian educational system has been consciously incapacitated. In a view of the 8-month-old strike of our university students, and Ivory Towers has been on hold due to obvious inaptitude of our leaders. Chimene Mieche says no country can develop beyond capacity of its educational system. Buhari keeps bursting our bubbles. So he knows this, and ASU has been on strike for almost 8 months. This man. Tangled ability at table. No country can develop beyond the capacity of its presidential system, says President Buhari. Why is ASU on strike for 7 months now? Why are your children schooling abroad with your grandchildren? Hyoscine N. Butyl bromide. Rather, no country can develop beyond the capacity of its president's educational level. That should be the correct statement. Tangled ability says Knox says Buhari's daughter-in-law graduates from UK University. That is where we find ourselves today in Nigeria. Our leaders that we suffered to vote into power are sending their children overseas to study with our taxpayers' money. Why we that voted them into power struggling here in Nigeria with ASU strike for the past 7.5 months. Bad leaders with bad thoughts. Chikwebe, Annie, your party APC cannot give Nigeria what they don't have based on PDP's comment. Kingdom Odu, Nigerians may shock political class in 2023, Obaseki wants. Good morning, Annie and the guests. Obaseki's revelations are true. That's the evidential in today's youths. That is evidential in today's youths. You can see the activities presently in politics, especially what's happening in Labour Party. Since 2007, the youths have been used by the political class and abandoned, and we are going to shock them this time around. This will be done by voting the third force. No country can develop beyond the capacity of its educational systems, Buhari. This is from Buseni Hero Chris. He says, wow, our president deserves a standing ovation for this well-scripted speech. I wonder if our politicians have an iota of conscience left in them. The educational system in this country is in bad state and in comatose. Recently, his wife was celebrating her daughter-in-law who graduated from a university in London. What else do you need to see to know that this country is a failed state? Innocent Daniel, no country can develop beyond the capacity of its educational system. Well, Annie, speaking as a student of Uniport, it's not just annoying anymore, but now laughable at times. I hear Buhari read written scripts about education that is entirely alien to me. This is a joke and a show of shame from this government. Nevertheless, we remain obedient come 2023. Stanley Uzuronye. No country can develop beyond its educational system. Ogaima, no verse. Buhari was only reading a script he doesn't understand. Malam Tajuddin Hambal Dogara expecting a Tinubu as a minority Muslim in southern Nigeria to choose a Christian as minority in the north when you have a Muslim Atiku from the north. He's contesting the election to win, not to please people's views. But I thought you need to please people's views so that you will win the election. I don't know which comes first. Israel Timothy says Tinubu meets with Niger Delta stakeholders on amnesty because he wants us to vote for him, not for mouth. After election, he will treat us as irresponsible citizens because he is not mentally fit. Annie, please, calling on political party men to come and analyze headlines of interest, please. I don't know what you mean by that. Israel Timothy still speaking. He says there is no agenda to Islamize Nigeria. Annie, there is an agenda. It will start little by little. Rome was not built in a day. Well, you cannot be a governor if you are not Catholic or Anglican. Tell Ogaima that Islamization may not come physically but could come psychologically, socially, and economically, e.g. deprivations, nepotism, neglect, victimization, etc. Just as APC refused to choose some people as VP, they are Christians. They are not here to Islamize Nigeria, that the projects will equally benefit the Muslims and the Christians, and they don't discriminate. Let me have your thoughts on this, Asher Frank.
Very serious to be able to develop yourself, to be able to advance society, and to be very serious, you must overgrow primordial issues. You must be able to embrace the global direction of change in advancing the cause of societies. Lord Jesus Christ said, "Thou shalt not put thy money to usury." Unfortunately, the people who are executing that mandate is the Islamic financial institutions. I am a businessman. I know where politics stops and my business starts, because I want to see food on my table. And I see a financial institution that gives me financial facility without interest, and I will not go and take. I will be considering the name they answered. That to me is a serious person. The Hakuk bonds projects are all over the country. Even here, as I'm coming here, I saw there's billboards on the way here as part of the financiers of even the East-West roads. These are financial institutions. There is one problem I have with Christianity. I'm a Christian.
Tell me.
The problem I have with Christianity predominantly is that what I see in Christianity is mega rich men. What I see in Islam is mega rich institutions. And I don't know how to wrap my head around that. I have not seen one imam celebrated as a billionaire. But I see pastors who even come on air to say, we are rich. How do you do it? With people's resources. And even when the state wants to regulate your activities, you shout foul. And you are dealing with people, you collect their money. What do you use their money for? You invest them into private investments. That to me is corruption. Private educate the society over that problem of phobia. To me, for that to exist in the first, I feel that people are not thinking more of business.
Has helped us to advance in the way you think.
And then late. He was on air for a very long time, harping on informal education as the basis and foundation of societal building. The informal sector, the artisans, they are the building block of industry in every society. The peasant farmers are the people who transform China and the Asian countries. The peasant rice farmers, predominantly. So, when we talk of education, we must understand the fact that there is informal education and there is formal education. And if the kind of things we throw out there puts into people's minds hate instead of production, and then you expect to reap a United States, I don't wrap my head around it. Because what you're supposed to throw out there, as I wake up in the morning, what I think about is food of people, Muslim friends. Last night, and we were family. And then I come out and I do my radio, I put my television, and somebody is creating diversity of Christians and Muslims. I don't wrap my head around it.
All right.
Because that's not the reality I see within my neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
What is important in my neighborhood is production, it's industry. And when we focus on that, price of goods, the principles of demand and supply will interplay.
All right,
and we'll live in a better society.
Okay. Lord Asher Frank, we got your thoughts here. Dr. Bitima. The Islamic Development Bank says we are not here to Islamize Nigeria. We're in several places across board, and our projects are catered for both Christians and Muslims. We do not discriminate, but we need the media to partner with us to sensitize the people on this. Let me get your thoughts on that.
Well, I think
because once you just hear Islamic development, you just think, oh, these people are going to do this.
Yeah, I think that for even if when they are making that statement, they did not tell us the countries they have been establishing this initiative. But let me just confirm myself to Nigeria. The point is that today, I'll continue to emphasize it, that what happened in this country between 2015 and now, no doubt has awakened that consciousness, that awareness, even to those who are not of Christian and Islamic faith, that there is a clear agenda to force or even to Islamize this nation. Islamization is a process. You know, it's nothing that starts today and ends today. It's a process that the outcome. Let's go back to the history. Turkey also went through the process of this Islamization, and which the Christians took for granted in Turkey. Over 1,000 years ago, Turkey was...
do you want to think that at that point nations were still developing, right?
You see, you can't compare, up to now.
You can't compare. You can't
nations,
compare. Yeah, but you can't compare the realities that we had then to what we have now.
Annie,
when you had crusaders and you had all of that going on.
Look, you see, the thing is that when we, religiously, in fact, that's why I said earlier that it's part of our humanity. You know, it also evolves. It has not ended. Turkey was predominantly a Christian state, made up of over 99.something% of Christians. But today, that narrative has changed, and it started with formation of a political party to gain government, and through getting power, that process started. Over time, Turkey today is predominantly a Muslim nation, and that is why when you go to history, you read certain things and see the kind of agenda being promoted in the last 7 years. So it draws the Christians back to what happened in Turkey, and they now begin to speak out and to resist certain tendencies of this administration.
So link that to the Islamic Bank.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, because of time.
Yes, I will link, because all these things, you know, it's like sending a bait, throwing a bait for the fish to come and swallow and get hooked up. We have been having Eurobond. We have been borrowing money from that area for quite some time. When Buhari came, he went to this Soku, and if you go to our infrastructure everywhere, Soku road.
But they have Eurobonds too. They have Eurobonds too.
Where do they
have
put
Eurobonds.
The signboard on our roads?
They are Eurobonds. I don't know about signboards.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying now. Go to even here, this East West Road.
Yes.
You see Soku?
Yes.
You know, you go to a lot of highways, you see Soku.
So what's the problem with Soku?
Yes, he just to tell us, why must you put it? If you are borrowing money from that system, why must you put it? Why not put Eurobond? Why not put Chinese money borrowed from Chinese? This is Chinese money.
The places where you've got the Chinese funding, you have their companies there.
No, it's
you
not.
have the Chinese companies there that are working.
We are talking of the inscription. You know that, okay, if you want to acknowledge that this is the source of, and this project, this is the source
of the funding. Yeah.
Now you also put such inscription, but we are only seeing Soku. Even the Niger bridge that is being used by Bacha Loot and all those things, they will tell you that Soku money. And Soku is something that is the capital of the Islamic nation.
Is the what?
So, yeah, it's the capital market where you can access money, in the Islamic financial institution. So why not also we see Eurobond, this road from Abeokuta to Ogun State, Abeokuta to Oyo State, this Eurobond. So when you see all these things and somebody is coming to say, look, we want to partner with you, we are, yes, an Islamic bank, and you are not coming to Islamize this thing. Well, you see, it's only the gullible Christians that fall easily into this narrative.
So wait, all the while that just because we have Sukuk now we're panicking, all this other while that we didn't have Sukuk, what was the problem then, right? So why didn't you have the Muslims say we're trying to Christianize the nation?
Annie, you should know that the Eurobond thing is a capital market that has kind of ruled the financial system before all these Islamic things that are coming here and there.
And my question remains the same. So why didn't you have the Muslims saying, oh, you are always going to Eurobond, you're trying to Christianize the nation?
Annie, no. Even if we are taking money from Soku, why must this thing be tied? Any road that is done, they just put Soku 5, Soku 4, Soku 3. Why not order this? And that's the question we should be asking.
That's what I'm saying. That you see Sukuk there, what does it do to you? That's my question.
Yes, it's creating that. And we are human beings.
I'm just asking a question here. I just want to know where you're coming from.
Most people don't know what Sukuk means. That it is money gotten from the Islamic financial institution. And when you see it, he said, look, this is an signal of Islam.
It's not an insignia of Islam. No, that's a wrong narrative. It's not an insignia of Islam. No.
Why is it?
Like you just mentioned now, Sukuk is a financial board that allows you to borrow money as Islamically guaranteed, means that there is no gains on it. You borrow, there is no loans that they give out under Sukuk that they make any gains from. That's what it means.
Annie, you see, let me put it this way.
Put it.
I worked in the bank, even as a branch manager. I worked in, I headed import-export unit of the foreign exchange in the bank. And when they say no interest, you begin to wonder, how did they make their profit?
So why have you tried to find Have you tried to find out?
JS Bank posted a profit of
have you tried? Because
billion.
they do businesses. It's loans.
Yeah.
It is loans that they don't make any gains on. As long as they're giving you loans, they're not making any gains on it. It doesn't stop them from going into business.
And you see, when they talk of these things, I don't think I have been in financial system.
I just asked you, the financial system here, was it Sukuk? Was it Jaiz?
There are other charges that they will be making that will be more than the interest that could be taken from that you are taking a loan. There could be administrative charges. When you take a loan, there are other charges that are there that is not in the name of interest. Because when I read the financial statement of Jaiz Bank recently, I saw the billions posted. I begin to wonder, how do they operate in this country without interest and making this much amount? Which kind of business are they into?
The other banks, what business are they into? Is it only loans that make money for the other banks?
As a bank,
is it only
they don't have the only business as a bank is issue of money transactions, trade transactions. It's not.
That's good. Trade transactions. I'm happy you said so. Trade transactions.
It's not as a bank you become to be an importer of goods.
The question I'm asking here, you said trade transactions. That means other banks can do trade transactions and make money from it.
When we take Australia, we're talking international trade. Yes. Financial international trade.
Why do you think that Jaiz will not be doing something like that?
Yes, but you take your charges.
That's what I'm saying. I said it is only when it comes to the issue of loans. If you approach the bank and you said you want a loan for this amount of money, perhaps they will look at the business model you have or whatever it is and grant you loans. But those loans don't come with any charges. Whatever trade they're doing internationally, locally, wherever, they can make as much money as they want from there.
Annie, whatever you say, you are also imposing that cost on your customer.
No, you're not.
Yes.
No, you're not.
And
If your
it's a
customers,
process
no,
I
hold
know.
on. It's not the process that you know that
And
I'm
it's a
arguing with here.
process I know.
You have operated so far. You've mentioned it wasn't the secular banks. It wasn't in Jaiz. You haven't worked in this area of Sukuk for you to know how they make their money. So pretty much it will be speculations.
It
is
because
speculations.
The banking system as regulated by CBN. There are things as a bank it don't go into, and there are things you must confine yourself. It's not going to build the final.
Let's not even delve into that. We're not looking at what the bank
So
is doing.
the
We're looking
point
at
here
the
is
issue
that
of you having
with
a
this-
problem with Sukuk
with
mentioned in
this
places.
Islamic bank and all those things. I listened to them last night. You know, I begin to see behind the mind of these people. You know, what are they pushing for Nigerians to buy from them? And you also coming in a very religious sensitive nation like Nigeria, and you say you are coming not to Islamize the nation. We know that is what you will tell us, but we say that this thing, the outcome takes a long time. It's a process. It's a process, and that process based on what is happening this thing. When they talk of Islamization, what is happening today, our key sectors, our key economic sectors, security sectors are manned by a people of a particular faith. That when you do that, what is Islamization? Who ensure?
All right.
So, and this is what we are seeing in Nigeria for the past few years.
All right. Okay.
That our critical sectors today is pushed to a particular people of the same faith. Islamization does not mean coming to proclaim, Nigeria is an Islamic state.
All right, we got your thoughts there, Obitima. Let's move on from that story. Okay, well, the Islamic Bank, I'm sure that's why they said they need desensitization. So people like...
I hope they will
people
come
like
across
Obitima
Dr.
people like
they
Obitima
will
will
not
be more
come now. I will take
comfortable.
them back to literature.
People like Obitima will be comfortable with them. All right, moving away from that, we have here Ohaneze denies demanding payments to support Igbo presidency. Ohaneze denies requesting for payment to support Igbo presidency. That story is also in the Vanguard newspaper. Okay, this is the story. It says here that Ohaneze Ndibo has vehemently denied an allegation of demanding money to support the campaign for Nigerian president of Igbo extraction ever since the agitation began. The organization described the accusation as most fallacious, mendacious and callous of all the falsehoods aimed at tarnishing the image of the Igbo and morally reprehensible fabrication from the pit of hell. Ohaneze said that of its own volition, it has been an advocacy visit to many political and traditional leaders across the country canvassing support for a president from the southeast of Nigeria. Ohaneze spoke as the chief whip of the Senate. Senator Ojo Uzokalu of the All Progressive Congress APC Abia North took a swipe at the presidential candidate of the Labour Party and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, saying that the race for the presidency in 2023 should not be reduced to a regional contest, just as he appealed to the Igbo not to make the presidency a regional issue, but wait for their turn. If it's to wait for their turn, is that not regional now? If it's not a regional issue, then which one is the turn? And wait for their turn and work with other zones in the country to achieve their ambition. He also assured that the Igbo will benefit more from Tinubu's presidency. Among the leaders visited, according to the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Group, or body, include former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Sultan of Sokoto Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, E.K. Clark, Ayo Adebanjo, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, the British High Commission, and so many others. Ohaneze said this while distancing himself from a trending social media clip alleging that Ohaneze Ndibo demanded payments from one comrade Kennedy Iyere as a condition to support the campaign for a Nigerian president from the southeast. Ohaneze said such had never happened.
I don't think I have any right to say Ohaneze did or not. You know, we are humans. There's an extent to which we can see anything. If Ohaneze did that, then it will only be rubbishing itself. If he didn't, then of course he shouldn't have done it from day one, ordinarily. How can the Ohaneze, is he not an Igbo highest socio-cultural organization of Ndibo? How can Ohaneze, that is, if things are working well, I know in politics, I always say, it's the dirtiest business in politics. You see, how can Ohaneze come up? You want somebody from your tribe to be a president, and you are demanding money. So I don't think that, for me, it's very murky. so I will accept that their denial just as a human. If something is going truly behind the scene, Ohaneze knows I'm not a member and I don't want to know about what they are doing. But I tell you, the angle Ojus Okalo is coming in with, I don't understand him at all. I don't. If Ojuzo thinks that is being maybe regionalized by some people in the southeast, Ojuzo was, it's just unfortunate for him that Lawan didn't win. As at the time they were supporting Lawan, and they even alleged that President Buhari, that's the person he wanted, and the newly sworn in APC chairman then wanted to enthrone Lawan. However it happened, the whole thing fell like a pack of cards. Ojuzo was behind, maybe he was like, what do they call this person in the Senate that carries their mace? Sergeant at arms. So Ojuzo was like that to Lawan. But when he failed, that's why he's talking about Tinubu. You see, these politicians, I don't know, these politicians should sometimes think that all of us are fools. He knows about the Tinubu's existence now that Lawan didn't succeed. So at that time, if he has supported Lawan, wouldn't it have been regionalized? Let all of them leave that whole thing. For Ohaneze is supporting, saying give us money to support our own son. For me, is most shameful if such thing is happening.
All right, Ronald, we've got your thoughts there. Lord Asher Frank?
The structure, the texture, the organization and the composition of the political organizations presenting candidates for the 2023 presidential elections determines the position of Joseph Alo is coming from. He is a politician. He has walked the ropes, so he knows what he's saying. They have people in positions of power from world level to the national level in different positions and capacities. So they are giants. And they are fielding candidates for virtually of pushing. And then you have a candidate for a presidential election and people are jumping up and down, and those people feel that they have faith that have only one contestant for only. It's a campaign of somebody coming from a particular area. A politician will look at this as unserious. At best, he will look at it as having been allotted, then the person that will rule over the whole country, government, in order to. So, on the issue of whether Ohaneze asks for money or not, as the politician that I am, I pray I don't find myself in a position where I'll start making denials. No matter in politics, whether the person contesting is your son, your biological son. If a father of a biological son has political clouds, and he could give conditions to even his own son to deliver him in his own constituency, that's politics. So, if Ohaneze has found himself in a position where he starts denying over money matters, it's unfortunate because the Peter Obi project started mailing elderly people and mature people It's only a matter of time you're going to get to things like this. But it's very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. Put in a corner like this.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Protest against the ongoing industrial action by the Academic Staff Union of Universities. Revealing this to journalists on Tuesday, the chairman, NAN's National Task Force, Olumide Ojo, said the students did not protest at the Apapa port as earlier scheduled for Tuesday to allow them strategize and plan for an parents and clear the seats of Sept, Eket and Ikono state constituencies vacant following the defection of two members of the People's Democratic Party to the Young Progressives Party. The seats assassinated in July. Witnesses called the police after spotting a man and foundation is still unknown. The government that is
Big chocolate, you can have it cold. Big chocolate, you can have it at home, at school, at work, or when you hit the road. It doesn't matter who you are, grown up or a kid. Enjoy the chocolate to goodness every day because you need to reach your peak. Everybody needs nourishing goodness. You can never have enough, it's true. Taste the nourishment you can enjoy. Big chocolate it is. Kids, grown-ups, it doesn't matter. Have a rich cup of peak chocolate anytime and enjoy the delicious nourishment of chocolatey goodness. Big chocolate it is. Peak. Reach for your peak.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I'm a fine boy, let my shiny up, kiss the girls and I drive them crazy. Hit the bedroom, I get them.
.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Welcome back. 10 minutes gone past 10 and you're still listening to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And I have a guest with me in the studio. I'll let him introduce himself. Good morning. Welcome.
Good beautiful morning, Port Harcourt. Good beautiful morning, everybody that is hearing my voice right now. My name is Engineer Emmanuel Emicute, and we are here for Metaphors, the Force.
All right, great to have you.
Thank you.
Now, tell us about Metaphors. What is Metaphors all about?
Now, in a very simple way, how you will know, Metaphors is an ecosystem. And when we talk about ecosystem, it's a system that comprises of a lot of things, right? All right, like, what do you call it? Let's say Today FM, you're just into broadcasting, so it's not an ecosystem. All right, like Dangote is into ecosystem because he has a lot of products scattered all around the world. All right, so Metaphors is an ecosystem that have come to actually liberate our world. All right, with unique products like the NFTs, the metaverse, the unique staking, all right, the classic program, all right, the boost, BOOST. That was, out of all these programs, we have a line of products, but it's only one that have been released by a beautiful soul. His name is Lado. All right, he is the one behind the whole cruising, and is amazing. All right, so that is what Metaphors is all about. Metaphors is a community where each other help to make or to earn money, and the distribution of this money is very, very clear and very, very fair. Okay, now Metaphors is a system where you get instant payments. Anything that you do, you get instant payment to your bank account. That is what is tripping me more. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Now, it's a system where anything that you do, this has come to a scam. You can see now, by December here, a lot of them we pack off. A lot of scammers, we go. But here we are. I am going to do this business for 10 years. After 10 years, I'm going to retire and hand over this business to my children. My children are going to do the business. After 10 years, I will start supervising them. If I am a good supervisor, they are going to promote me to the position of the superintendent. in the metaphors. All right, that is amazing. It's an amazing program. It's a rare one.
All right.
Yeah.
So now, when was Metaforce launched?
It's
How long have you been?
less than it's going to 2 months and now. All right, amazing program. It was launched the same day all over the world. All right, the same day, the day that it was launched in America, that same day in Nigeria, that same day in my village, in your village, same time, same day, same product, all over the world.
All right. So, what are the benefits of Metaforce? What's a system of operation?
Yeah, the benefit of Metaforce is huge. Like I told you, anything that you do in Metaforce, you are getting your money directly to your bank account.
So now, what exactly are you? What exactly is the commodity that is being traded here?
I've been calling it time and time again. I've been calling it here the metaverse, the NFTs. All right, like now, Facebook, for instance, changed their name from Facebook to Meta. All right, they are building they are the one building the biggest. Their space is very huge on the metaverse. Adidas is there. MTN is there. All right. Samsung is already there. Yeah, they are already on the metaverse. They are there. It's a known thing. You know something about this life. You have to be quick about life. When it was announced about the self-driven cars, all right, Elon Musk heard about it, and boom, here he goes, and he's there. He's waiting for the whole world to come and meet them there. They asked Bill Gates, how come you are so great? He said, yes, I was favored by information, and now I went before everybody. So everybody traveled to come and meet me, and as they are meeting me, they are paying me. So this information I'm giving to you, you are supposed to have this information to yourself in the next 10 years. Why are you hearing me now? It is because God has favored you. There's something that you have done or your mother have done that you don't know. That is why God is favoring you with this information right now. All right?
All right. So now, can you tell us about your event that is upcoming?
Yeah, our event is coming. In short, we have event today. We have event today by 11 a.m. But funny enough, this is after 10. So if you can make up, fine. If you can meet up, fine. But if you can't meet up, don't worry. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. So we have the event today, 11 a.m. All right, 11 a.m. at number 26A. All right, number 26A Aba Road, beside Liquid Bulk Filling Station. All right, Rumomasi Market Junction in Port Harcourt here. Just enter the plaza. The name of the plaza is City View Plaza. Just go in there, ask the security people, and they will show you where we are. Just get the lift in, and the lift will take us to our hall. All right, now the number for you to test your name, location, and YTF. YTF simply means yes to force. All right, yes to force. So test YTF to this very number 0706 4839 251. If you are driving, please park your car, pick a pen and a paper, and write down this number. Make sure you don't come without having this number. This number is your gate fee. All right, it's actually your access code to the event. So don't come and say that I just heard it on radio. No, write the number down. All right, and test your name, location, and YTF, yes to force, to this very number 0706 4839 251. So once you do that, we are going to send you everything that you need to know, about Metaforce. And remember, the venue is number 26A Aba Road, beside Liquid Bulk Filling Station. All right, Rumomasi Market Junction, Port Harcourt here, and we are expecting everybody today.
All right. So who can attend your event? Is it strictly, by invitation, or is it just specific people that can attend your event?
Yeah, everybody. But the only people that we don't want to see there, they are the people that don't hate poverty. If you hate poverty, we want to see you in this event, because Metaforce is we are telling you about the future. All right, so if you hate poverty, like I was in a radio station with the SSA to the governor of Enugu State, his name is Dr. Emeka. I was on radio with him, and he said something. He said, if you hate the poverty that killed his father, and the consequences of the poverty that killed the mother, those are the people that want to see in this event. Amazingly, all right, Come and know what to do with metaverse, with NFT. The blockchain technology is huge, it's broad. All right, and that is what we want to show to everybody today by 11 a.m. and tomorrow 11 a.m. Now the venue is number 26A Aba Road, beside Liquid Bulk Filling Station, Rumomasi Market Junction, Port Harcourt. Now the number for you to send to send your name and your location, then YTF, yes to false. The number is 070 648 39251.
All right, so what are your final words to the persons listening to you right now?
Okay, now actually you have to be open-minded, and if you are coming for this conference, all you need to do is to make sure that you come with an open mind. Now excuse is a currency. Now what you can use that currency to buy is failure and poverty. All right, the wise will invest what the poor will take for. I've taken it to Port Harcourt. Why I've taken it to Port Harcourt?
All right, so if you'd like to be part of this event, text your name, location, and YTF to 0706 483 9251. Again, text your name, location, and YTF to 0706 483 9251. The date and time 11 a.m.
Bulk Filling Station, all right, beside Liquid Bulk Filling Station, Rumomasi Market Junction. So just text your name, your location, and YTF to that very number. Let me repeat the number for the last time: 0706 4839 2.
Do you know you can start exporting Nigeria agro products like palm oil, cola, ginger, crayfish, and others abroad and get export-import? Mr. Adebola Erifolami.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. The School of Export-Import is organized to successful export-import build to 3 times profit. For instance, to get foreign buyers for your product, because we have some foreign buyers and don't have the time to do this or to learn this. We can help to do all the work for you. So you just fold your hands and receive your payment from the buyer. But terms and conditions apply. This business summit holds this Friday and Saturday. Venue is at our office, Deborah Lawson House, Abacha Road, beside Chicken Republic, GRA, Port Harcourt. Time is 11 a.m. daily. To reserve your seat, 172-4672. Once again, to attend, text your preferred day of attendance such as Friday or Saturday to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672.
So why do you think one should consider starting the exportation business?
One good thing about this business is that you can make a lot of money off it. This business is very profitable, especially now that the dollar rate is very high. Secondly, export business is not time or energy consuming. It's not stressful. It's not a business that takes you away from your job or family. So you can do it alongside your regular day-to-day activities, and you can do it anywhere, even from the comfort of your home or office. It's so simple, so easy for anybody to do. The truth is that the demand for Nigerian products overseas is overwhelming, so we need more people to join this business. And yes, you don't even need a lot of money to start this business. You can start with as little as 150,000 naira to 450,000 naira. You can start it even if you're a lawyer, banker, civil servant, business owner, pastor, engineer, or doctor.
So how does one qualify for this training?
First off, you must be ready to start immediately. Secondly, you must have a minimum of 150,000 naira to 450,000 naira to start immediately. On the other hand, we also spoke about importation. You will discover how to import products from US, UK, Turkey, China, and Dubai. My dear, with as little as 150,000 naira, you can start these businesses and be making so much income for yourself. Can you imagine buying women's jewelry for about 50 naira and resell it in Nigeria for 2,000 naira, or flash drives and memory cards for as low as 300 naira to resell for 5,000 naira here in Nigeria? That's what we're talking about. This business summit holds this Friday and Saturday. Venue is at our office, Deborah Lawson House, Abacha Road, beside Chicken Republic, GRA, Port Harcourt. Time is 11 a.m. daily. To reserve your seat, text your preferred date of attendance such as Friday or Saturday to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672. Once again, to attend, text your preferred day of attendance such as Friday or Saturday to 0806 172 4672. Again, 0806 172 4672. The summit is completely free. You only pay 2,000 naira for registration right there at the venue. Certificates will also be offered to participants by the School of Export-Import Head Office. See you there.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
All right, 27 minutes has gone past 10. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. The last story was from the Vanguard newspaper. The caption there read, Oneze denies demanding payments to support Igbo presidency. Okay, Dr. Obitima, let's get you to wrap up on that.
I think Oneze and Igbo, as a socio-cultural organization, should be well respected socio-cultural organization in this country. And I don't think that we condescend to that position of saying, look, we need money to support a presidential candidate of Igbo extraction. It's like somebody robbing himself, you know, somebody trying to steal himself. I don't think we have even gotten to the point that any group will begin to talk of money for me to support you, for me to organize for you. I want to say that is the handwork of mischief makers. I'm not actually holding brief for Oneze Ndigbo, but knowing the antecedent, and two, that the people that make up this Oneze Ndigbo are not just mere street urchins. They are people of substance. They are not beggars. And they are people that can fund any presidential campaign in this nation, anywhere. So, if we are going to say, look, it is my turn, the Igbos are in a position to say it's my turn, borrowing the word of Tinubu, it's the Igbos. Because the Southwest, the roots for 8 years, from 1999, the South, they've also had shots at the presidency. So within the South, for justice and equity, I think the Southeasterners are in a position to say it is our own turn. But out of political greediness and selfishness, that's why even Southwest, Tinubu that is from Southwest, that have produced president for 8 years, vice president for 8 years, we still want to say it is his own turn. Not just the turn of Southwest, but his own personal turn. You can see how warped Most of our politicians are in their thinking. Uzokalo, we know that these are political contractors. They are not politicians. They are not statesmen in the true sense of it. A can't extract that kind of philosopher, kings or servants from these people. It is where they know that their interests will be protected, because out of power, most of them are going down into the lane of poverty. And the only way they can survive is to ensure that they situate themselves properly in their own political permutations, their Niger bed politics, which is it Chelsea that is going to win, or is it Arsenal? And they'll be doing that maybe towards the last minute. You see, immediately a party wins, they start defecting to that party.
To the other party.
That's their own style of politics. And I want to say this. You know, some people that are undermining the candidacy of P2B, I think their mindset is still in the past. They don't know what the kind of changes that are going on, even in some African countries. Recently, we saw what sort movement manifested in Kenya. Ruto, who don't have structure, no governor, no member of parliament, nobody. He's returned today as the president of Kenya without a single governor. People that will go and vote, it's not the name of party that is going to vote. And what last Saturday, I never knew. And what is that, trying to tell us? It's a last statement.
Dangerous.
The rally that took place for P2B in Jos.
So what if a rally like that comes out for APC, or a rally like that comes out for PDP?
No.
Hold on, because
I know where I'm coming.
No, I know where you're coming, and I want to ask this question.
Yeah.
Because all along we've seen rallies for P2B, right?
Yes.
We haven't seen rallies for APC.
Yes.
We haven't seen rallies for PDP. So with just that rally you saw, you've decided that the people of Plateau States, they don't have APC members.
I want to tell you
up
this.
to that number or
Wait
more.
now, because the people are undermining.
No, it's not undermining. But it's also your conversation here that is making me ask this question. You haven't seen a similar walk or a campaign done where people came out for PDP or APC or ABGA or any other party. All you saw was just people out for OB, and you decided that the structure has shifted.
I need listing. And when I say listing, let me land before you.
It's not a matter of landing. I need to ask this question now that you're making that position.
What I'm trying to say, I'm not saying they can't hold their rally, people will not come. But I'm telling people who are saying undermining P2B, where is this in the structure? Is it on social media and all those stuff?
Okay.
The people we are seeing social media, I'm not seeing them physically.
Okay. So they need to be bribed before they can support any evil.
I have said that thing is a lie. Even if I'm not a spokesperson of Hanese, I don't hold brief for them. It's a lie from the pit of hair, and that thing is coming from people like Oji. They are the people who can say such story to put a spanner, and that is what is going on in some of them who feel that their political future is being threatened, not just in Southeast and some other places. We are going to the election, and we are going to this election. We'll see whether the structure that will come for the voting, whether it is the name of the party or human beings. We are moving to a situation in this country that people want to take back, being disappointed by those who have a kind of despoiled us of our common patrimony.
Okay.
And what are they doing? They just want to get our billions to go and build hotels in California, in Dubai, and
we got your thoughts.
So become, it's my turn. That is the curious ideology. Now that debate campaign will start, let us hear them and know that this thing. Tinubu, I don't want to talk about some people. Tinubu doesn't have the physical and the mental capacity.
I don't know how we have left whether Ohaneze Ndibo collected money or not
it with Tinubu.
to Tinubu and his campaign.
No, you see, Annie, when my friend Asha was, talking here, we also made some references.
He hyped Oji.
He's also made some references, so he should give me the liberty.
He hyped Oji, who was the best. He hyped Oji, who
also appeared in the story.
Yes, it was Ohaneze that was reacting to Oji's position.
Oji is the one that even concocted those stories.
They share the same
it's Oji. We know this kind of people. They don't have character. How can someone like me follow people like Ozoje in politics? It's only the gullible. It's only the people who don't know their right and their left. The enslaved that can follow such
one thing
people.
I want to correct you, Dr. Bidima, even if you leave politics, he won't go poor. I'm talking about Ojuzo.
The chairman of slot group of
he
companies.
He won't go poor.
He's a charlatan.
He's out of that one.
Poverty is
that is politics for you.
Okay. Poverty of the mind. I don't have the parameters
and
to
it's
measure
also
it.
subjective. You see, people in that place you are looking. In fact, their poverty can bring them to a suicide position.
I don't know.
And that's why they jump from one place to the other.
Okay.
Peter Obi wins tomorrow now. He will decamp to Labour Party.
We got your thoughts on that then. All right, let's move on. Let me see if I can pull this out for a conversation I want to have. I'm just having a bit of a challenge. And that has to do with Tinubu visiting the Niger Delta. Niger Delta stakeholders, and he tells them, well, maybe that's why I want to pull up that story to hear what the coordinator has to say concerning that. Then Tinubu meets Niger Delta stakeholders, reassures on amnesty, NDDC master plan. All right. So the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, has met with ex-militant leaders and key stakeholders from the 6 states of the Niger Delta over his roadmap for the development in the region. According to sources close to the meeting, Tinubu assured the stakeholders of his readiness to sustain the presidential amnesty program, ensure proper implementation of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC's master plan for communities in the region. It was also gathered that he also unveiled a snippet of his economic blueprint, particularly taking the Niger Delta stakeholders on the journey of how his administration will reap the gains from the Russia-Ukraine war in the area of gas and oil revenues, pointing out that the ongoing war has thrown Europe into an energy crisis as they were looking towards Africa for gas energy, and Nigerians will be a major player. He said, and I quote, Nigeria is expected to generate billions in dollars from the sale of gas and will enable the country pay off its debts, build infrastructures, pay salaries of striking university lecturers, and put Nigeria on the path of development. Commenting on the outcome of the meeting between Tinubu and Niger Delta stakeholders, Chief Pre Agbenifa said in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State, that the meeting also agreed that the recent award of crude oil pipeline surveillance contract was done in line with such by the current and successive administration. We are aware of the fact that oil and gas are primarily located in the Niger Delta, and the contract is meant to protect the free flow of exploration that will generate billions of dollars into the nation's treasury. It is also agreed that these crude oil pipeline surveillance contractors are working in partnership with beneficiaries of PAP in order to arrest the oil thieves and secure the pipelines, which will benefit millions of families across Nigeria and boost the nation's economy. As a visionary, Asiwaju Tinubu has also pledged to not to terminate PAP that have benefited millions of Niger Deltans, but instead he promised to work with the ex-militant leaders and well-meaning Nigerians for the sustained funding of the program. Sustained funding, I'm sure that's meant to say. Sustained funding of the program. Okay, Manuel, he was in the Niger Delta to meet with Niger Delta stakeholders.
Has they come already?
But I've seen here that he met with ex-militant leaders and key stakeholders from the 6 states of the Niger Delta. Throughout the story, I was waiting to hear who the other key stakeholders were, apart from the ex-militants. But even the person who spoke was also an ex-militant from Yenagoa. Chief Pre Agbenifa. Okay, I don't know if it's an ex-militant though, but then he's the only person from Yenagoa who spoke on this matter. When we look at the issues which Tinubu threw up during that conversation, which is sustaining the presidential amnesty program, the presidential amnesty program ought to have a time lapse. It's supposed to have ended at some point. And if he's coming on board and says, look, I'm going to sustain it, we're going to look for funding to sustain that, you have so many people in the Niger Delta who are not beneficiaries of that and have continually complained of how they were sidelines because they didn't carry arms. I don't know if this is the right way to go about it, especially since he wanted to meet Niger Deltans and it was ex-militants he decided to meet. Emmanuel, let me get your thoughts.
You see, Annie, I think I can maybe swiftly say that Tinubu is a shrewd politician. That's the calculation I've made from this move. Because meeting the Niger Delta, former Niger Delta militants, tells me that he's very shrewd in his approach as a politician. You see, all the people, including me, that is not carrying gun, nobody listens to me and every other person. But you see those that are warlords that are ready to kill and do anything, government recognize them. Government absolutely recognize them. Because if Tinubu now comes and said, in fact, he is going to remove amnesty program, he doesn't want to have an inroad into the Niger Delta. You see, that particular program is what brought at least the seeming peace that is in the Niger Delta now. If not, the creek would have been burning and all the rest of them. And of course, the oil that Nigeria, even with oil theft, but at least is still the carrying of the economy, no matter how small. So Tinubu has done his calculation, and I'm sure perhaps and others may have joined him in telling him that look at the way we can trade so that we can get something from this region, or we can have them. Those people that are very decent in terms of not carrying guns, because whichever way you look at it, that should be the way the good citizens should live. But you see, there may be millions, but their voices will not be heard like somebody that can close the road, and even the security operatives will bow to him. Take for instance, they said the surveillance contract is given to Tompolo. I didn't note maybe bigger people and all that, but if you give it to anybody that is rich but is not having any business with the armed side, it will not fly at all. So Tompolo and his likes are those that can protect it and protect it very well. But give it to Emmanuel Ndukwe or any other person that has so much money but is not thinking about the poor side. Honey, you may be throwing your hands up for more vandalism of the pipelines. So I think Tinubu, as he's coming, you see, these politicians, they are very tricky. What they do is to give people, tell people what they know they will need. And everything. You see, if he takes the former militants, the road will be clear enough for him to come in. And don't think that they may not vote him. They may vote him because they are the people that are holding the Niger Delta at its jugular. There's no other people. Forget about whatever. Like Asha Frank said, I don't know what he called it, but it's not activism. The activism of all the decent people put together cannot amount to one particular action of maybe about 3 former militants or militants. So the first one is, you see that one, that his eyes are very sharp, please stoop and fire at it. And that is what Tinubu has decided to do.
All right, man, look at your thoughts. Lord Asha Frank, perhaps you give us an insight into this move.
Yeah, we'll do a little. The Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council is more focused in consultations, quiet mobilization of the people, skillful dialogue with critical sectors of society. And we have done that with very great success. In the Niger Delta, there are 3 key programs that are afoot, which I am a principal actor in all the 3. The Buhari administration have 3 critical programs here that are very huge. But those programs cannot take off because of serious issues of vandalism of oil facilities. One of the major projects is the liquefied natural gas train 7, which is more like an obsession to me. Train 7 have been the groundbreaking have been done. The funds for the construction of the program have all been deposited in the bank by partners. Buyers have deposited money to buy for about 25 years in advance in banks offshore. And there was this unlimited vandalism of critical hydrocarbon infrastructure within the Niger Delta. This project goes far to the extent that it ought to take gas by pipeline to Europe directly. Part of the pipeline project is already going on within the Jaokuta, Abuja, Kano area. Very huge. And it has become imperative to us because we are looking at the business of governance. That is our obsession. Because our government will make money. If I can put money on both table, we are more interested in the business of governance, not in slogans. And we have looked at it and we have felt that if this project has to fly, we must do a few things. We have been helped substantially by the Petroleum Industry Act, but we have to get the people off the bush. Because first, the environment needs to be protected. Investors need confidence to invest. Of course, there's overwhelming investor confidence in the oil and gas Nigerian sector, both in the upstream and the downstream at the moment. Everybody is ready to put money. And then getting the people off the bush, you have to do three things. We know that we have to provide an alternative to what they are doing in the bush. And the alternative, one of the major alternatives is to give them jobs. It will take a little while to convince businesses to come back to the Niger Delta. Definitely, we know that. We are talking with a whole lot of businesses. We are doing a whole lot of things on ground to attract business back to the Niger Delta. But it's going to take a while. Within that interval, we must do something. And based on that, we thought that we can expand, deepen, and continue the amnesty program. Get persons who know the terrain within the creeks.
So what
and
about
the bush.
the really Niger Delta people who are complaining that they've been sidelined? There's no program perhaps.
LNG Train 7, if it comes up, is expected to employ a minimum of 500,000 workers. So there are areas to absorb people. We are looking at 50,000 new businesses to come within the LNG Train 7 program. So,
were you at the stakeholders meeting though? I just wanted to clear something real quickly.
I wish I don't answer that question. Please.
Why shouldn't I ask you?
So so if we can deepen the amnesty program, put cash in people's pockets sustainably, and then we can get the people who know the terrain to go police the infrastructure and put more money in their hands. In the short run, we can be able to contain that problem that could dampen investors' confidence. And then when these projects come on stream and businesses return to the area, some things will naturally become unnecessary. So that is the dialogue in the Niger Delta.
All right.
And we think that the Niger Delta people will be further educated by us as coordinators of the presidential campaign, so they should understand where we are going and to key into the Buhari project.
All right.
And ensure that we move
The
forward.
Buhari or Tinubu?
The Tinubu project.
All right, good, thank you. And let me get to you here now, Opitima.
Annie, you see, a lot of us are not moved with these old stories. I thought Tinubu is coming with a new idea. I don't know, he's still dwelling on old and jaded idea of palliative. You know, you are coming to talk about the amnesty program. That's not what we want. Niger Delta master plan. No, those are stories that we have had for the past 30 years. My own research, the outcome of my own research is that the Niger Delta people wants resource control. I thought as you come to Niger Delta, you will push the idea of restructuring. That's what we are talking about. It's not to come and tell us what you'll be putting in our hands from our resources. And you know, the people he even met with this new electoral, he's meeting the wrong people. We are talking of ex-militants and all those things. Are they going to carry ballot buses for you that day? Are they going to use gun to make people write results, you know, for you? So this is a man that don't have any idea about Niger Delta or what to do about the Niger Delta we want to go into now. Not the enslaved Niger Delta.
Right, so you think that some of these projects are enslaving the Niger Delta?
Yes.
Like, explain.
Yeah, well, when you were talking about train 7, this thing here, 500,000, where are they going to be playing? Niger Delta. The one that exists in NPC and the rest. Are there Niger Delta people working there? You have a lot of Yorubas. You have a lot of people from the north working there. So we should first try to put those kind of agenda to emancipate ourselves. Not for somebody like Tinubu who said in 2014-15 that Buhari comes as the president of the country, they will be paying the use 5,000 naira every month. And you ask him, that's why I can't face press people, because question, this is the time for question and answer. They will ask him, remind him of those things he said. Let us hear his response. These are people who will say things and they will fail because they want to expand their personal empires, their financial destiny, and they run with billion vans to the in the open for the every person in the world to see. I have the money. Billion vans are coming to my compound during election time. These are the character we should not be taken seriously in the present politics we are going to in Nigeria today, because their promises never come to fruition. We know that this kind of deceit we had in 2014-2015 that have put this nation the way we are today. But Tinubu is one of the hardest candidates to sell in this coming. It has religious problem, it has economic problem. In fact, it has a lot of answers to.
Let's leave the candidacy of Tinubu and look at the programs you spoke
The
about.
program,
in the Niger Delta.
about that.
If that is all you have to speak, then it's okay. Let's not go into
Niger Delta.
Yes.
We are talking of what happened in the 60s. The restructuring that will make people to do what? Control their resources. There is gold in Zamfara, and gold is being mined in Zamfara. Even CBN buying gold from Zamfara state. Why can't such thing happen in Niger Delta? Why should Niger Delta people not rise and demand and extract from candidates? What are you going to do about restructuring? What are you going to do about resource control? There's nickel deposit in Kaduna State, and all those things are not touched. Everything is.
Well, that's why he focused on what is within the Niger Delta.
The Niger
oil
Delta
and
is
gas. He mentioned the fact
Eh,
that the Niger Delta will benefit from the war going on now with Ukraine and Russia.
And say, I think somebody. I don't see the details. This is a country.
But
before
Europe
we
is actually
develop-
shopping for gas partners.
Yes, but the point is, has our gas sector been developed? It has not been developed to be competitive. To do that, how much the gas they are talking about? What is even the people who are in Nigeria benefiting from? What are we benefiting from that gas? It has not even developed to the point that, look, that is should first and foremost be beneficial
to benefit you and still get international partners that you don't think that can
those
happen.
are people who understand both the domestic and the international economic
I don't
dynamics.
think-
It is not issue of sentiment. Nigerians are aware of this. They know this.
Explain to me where Peter B spoke about this, about the oil and gas sector.
Oil and gas sector.
Yes, because he said he knows this. So I want to know when did he speak on that?
Did you listen to his recent NCCI?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes, we spoke about it here yesterday now when he said he was going to privatize the transmission sector of electricity. Yeah. So what did he say about So I want to ask you, what did he say about gas?
You also talked about the gas sector.
What did he say? What did he
How
say?
to develop the gas sector that will increase our export earning.
How did he say that? How?
Annie, I may not go into details, but what I say is that when you listen to him, in fact, after making that presentation, he received a rising ovation in that
We have come to realize that
so
these things
the
don't
point
mean
there
much.
is that one, P2B, let us also look at this thing when he was Anambra governor. Oriental oil, Oriental refinery, started when he was the governor. No, the governor. That is when this
started it.
No,
Yes.
that was when the license was given. Mbadiji, this thing.
Mbadiji started it. We spoke about this yesterday. We investigated it yesterday. So
and you see,
let's not repeat ourselves.
Let me tell you the fact.
He completed.
Let me tell you the fact. The point there is that if you see the infrastructure development that took place during his tenure in Anambra State, it's not the issue of nothing you did, Papa Mama, that nothing is there to tie to that claim. We have a lot to tie to whatever P2B is claiming that he did in Anambra.
Okay.
So when we hear people like that, I may not say that is the only presidential candidate that is speaking that. There are others. Yes, but in their movement and all those things is really dwarfed by the P2B phenomenon. But they speak the right language. I listened to Professor Christopher of one party like that. He has a very good idea. I wish that even P2B wins, that you bring these people on board to be part of those that
Okay,
will
let's not make this
go
P2B
at this
again. Let's
nation.
get back to the
Yes.
issues. Then.
Now, the issue is that
I think you wrapped up on the issue.
Tinubu cannot come again. Let us.
He didn't come before.
Let him answer the things he told Nigerians in 2015. When they respond to those things clearly, we now begin to.
Well, if that's the case, Obi worked with PDP, and PDP did fail Nigerians. So should we say that Obi shouldn't come back again?
No.
Yes.
Excuse me. Obi worked with PDP. Can you compare PDP's era with this? Here we are now.
We voted.
No,
calm down. We voted PDP out at that point because we felt that there was something better coming up. Maybe a lot of Nigerians would say, well, with hindsight, that PDP did better and that APC failed. But at the time when PDP was on board, we felt they had failed us. So if you have an OB coming up now, he was with a party that at the time we felt they failed us. What did he do then to justify the need to have him back?
The point there is that when you are talking of P2B, talk of P2B what he did as a governor.
So why do you ask Tinubu to come and tell us what he did in 2015? But you don't want us to ask Peter Obi the same question.
Talk of Peter Obi, the kind of knowledge he has concerning the economy and which he is
all
just
I'm asking you to do, all I'm asking you to do is apply the same measures for all candidates. Okay, don't be particular when it comes to Peter Obi and say, "Oh, don't ask him about that. Just ask him about."
No.
If that's the case, then let's apply the same.
I'll bring it to this studio.
Like,
I'll bring it.
As long as you don't bring it to my house, I'm fine by it.
And if you miss coming to a house,
you see, my people, the ancient people of my place said that, you see, the hawk, there's a bird called hawk, and the cock, they came for a meeting. You see that thing that is on the head of a cock, that is red like fire.
The cloud.
Good. The hawk was afraid of it, thinking it was fire, burning fire. He told the hawk, shoot this fire on your head. The cock said, no, this thing is just the design I received by nature, from nature. It's not fire, it's not fire. Then the hawk touched it. As soon as they found out that it was not fire, they started coming and snatching all the chicks and all that. Tinubu, I repeat, whether he's going to win or he's not going to win, in the Niger Delta, if you are coming, you have to look at the overlords, those who have made themselves overlord, not naturally, but because they are dealing in business that gave them the aura of
overlords.
Good overlords, and then those you cannot go into the area and then talk anyhow. Like they say in local parlance, if you talk anyhow, you see anyhow. He went to the former militants, and that's wisdom.
All right. We'll move on. Wisdom. You don't agree, he agrees, it's okay. This is what we have for opinion poll. And just very quickly, I'm just going to run through it and ask us definite questions, right? 2023 elections. This is a piece by The Punch, and it's got 2023 elections, what we must get right. 2023 elections, what we must get right. In a few weeks' time, electoral campaigns will start with Nigerians, especially the youths, becoming the mouthpiece of either the batified, articulated, obedient, and Kwankwashi groups. It is therefore important that we, as the electorate, must task our aspiring leaders on some critical national issues facing Nigerians. We must set the agenda for our expectations and deliverables, which should be a guide to our voting choice. Having tried to identify and analyze below some of those issues which candidates campaigning should give critical considerations and also provide concrete statements and approach and resolutions to those pertinent issues for Nigerians to be able to consider him or she worthy of being voted for. A few of the germane issues are highlighted in this discourse. The economy is beleaguered with a lot of pertinent that must be addressed urgently. In the last 7 years, the economy has been struggling to awake from its comatose state into a prosperity reality. The declining rate of productivity has greatly fueled unemployment and youth restiveness, which is partly responsible for the NSAS protests of the year 2020 and the wave of violence and robberies post-NSAS, which has not abated. The electorate should be bold enough to ask prospective candidates of their intended plans in tackling diversification of the country's revenue base, policies and solid mineral development to revenue potentials, agricultural development policies for raw materials, employment and foreign exchange earnings, unemployment, extremely high public debts, inflation, foreign exchange policy, interest rate policy, petroleum subsidy removal. Reviving the economy is critical at this stage of our national life, as there is an urgent need to steer back Nigeria's economy to prosperity. Any candidate who is unable to define the problem and provide a workable solution clearly has no understanding of the task ahead and is therefore unfit to occupy the exalted position in Nassau Rock. Secondly, banditry, kidnapping, ethnic militia, and armed men have taken over the nation. It is practically impossible now to move around Nigeria without the fear of being attacked or kidnapped. The Nigerian security architecture obviously has failed Nigerians, and there is a need for a fresh injection of ideas. Doing things the same way over and over cannot deliver value in solving our security challenges. A more pragmatic approach without draconian laws punishing ransom payers should be adopted. The ideal president in 2023 should be able to tell us how he will use investment in technology in providing security solutions, deploying both preventive and reactive mechanisms of crime solving. He should also not be seen shying away from adopting effective policing through the creation of state and community-based policing and alternative sources of funding security. Third, human capital development is critical to Nigeria's revival. Vibrant human capital can be achieved with investment in education, healthcare, and social security. Education is the backbone of any great economy. A high level of educated citizenry will guarantee a quality and productive population. With an estimated population of above 200 million Nigerians and over 60% of them not having access to quality healthcare, education, and social security, it is unlikely that Nigeria is ready to emerge as a strong force in the league of emerging economic powers. What Nigerians desire now are strong and enforceable policies and education for all, quality and affordable healthcare, as well as social security capable of cancelling the imbalances in economic status of Nigerians. This can be achieved by investing more in continuous training for civil servants, teachers, and other professionals within the public sphere, increase infrastructural development, and re-equipping the educational and health sector. Mandatory but subsidized health insurance for all. Encouragement of local production of medical supplies and equipment. Fourth, without the necessary infrastructural development, Nigeria is far from becoming a regional power and will be unable to execute its industrial plans. Power roads and modern rail systems are critical assets which are currently lacking and have the potential to encourage manufacturing, which will stimulate increased productivity, employment, and exports. The ideal candidate should be able to outline strategies for either increasing power generation or introducing alternative power sources with competent hands manning the power assets. Policy on decentralization of power generation and distribution should be a major performance focus, with public-private partnerships being encouraged in participation in rail and road development and maintenance. All right, they went on to speak a bit more on that. Like I said, this is written by Odewale. He's a chartered accountant residing in Lagos. He wrote that for the Punch newspaper. Now we're looking at 2023 elections. What we must get right. And I know that, part of the times when we started the campaign for getting your PVCs, we also put in there that, you must get your PVCs and then you must educate yourself on the political positions available. So you want to vote in a House of Rep member. You want to know what the House of Rep member can provide for you and then ask the questions along that line. You're voting in a senator. You must know what the senator can provide for you and what he can't provide for you and ask questions along those lines. Now you want to get a president. You must know what the president can offer and ask questions along that line, and not just questions. You must ask for how the deliverables will come along. We did that campaign when we did go collect your PVCs, but I think it's also important, since we have this opinion poll now, what we must do to get right. One of the basic things or the major things there is asking the right questions. So I'm just going to open this up quickly so we can open the phone lines too. Emmanuel, there forefront line. Let me not throw what's his name? Kwankwashi. He was mentioned here. So let me not throw him off this horse here. No. And so you've got the Batified, Articulated, Obedient, and Kwankwashi groups. If you had to ask a question each for each of the candidates there, what will be your choice of questions for each candidate?
Honey, it's overwhelming, but at least I will.
I'm sure you will.
I tell you,
I'm sure you will.
You see, the greatest problem for me is a leadership that will connect with people and know exactly what Nigeria lacks and what it needs. Take, for instance, we lack the issue of, because I always say, if there is constant supply of power, even the individuals that are small and are coming out from several institutions could be putting up this and that, and then Nigeria will become industrialized. But without power, we keep on paying for darkness and all that. When we talk about industrialization, there's no time Nigeria will meet others on this earth. And so power is very important. Again, Annie, insecurity.
I know. I mean, I need to know who you're asking these questions. Like, if you had one question for each person, what would it be? If it was Tinubu, what was the very most important question you wanted to ask Tinubu? If it was Atiku, what's the very important question you want Atiku to answer for you? If it was Obi, what question do you think you need to ask Obi to get clarification on? And then if it was Kwankwaso, what question would you ask him?
To be frank, I will not have any question for Atiku. Tinubu, because for me, I don't even look at them. You know why? The simple reason is this. These people have been in the corridors of power for
No, that's not true, Emmanuel. Because I know that if Atiku found his way to the studio, you have a question.
No, of course. No,
That's
that
what
one
I'm
has come into my room now. What else will I
That's
do?
what I'm asking. So this is it. He's in front of you now. You need to ask the question.
Okay, let me come. You see, for Atiku, I will ask him what he can do to stop insecurity in the country. For Atiku Abubakar. For Tinubu, and it is a difficult thing for me on Tinubu, because you know why? Tinubu, for me, is not physically strong.
So
But
is that the
let
question
me-
you
let
want to
me
ask
go-
him?
No,
Do you want
no.
to ask him, are you physically strong?
No, I'm saying what will limit my question. But however,
It's not going to limit your question, Emmanuel. He met with the Niger Delta and he spoke there.
Yeah.
So if you think ask him a question he won't be able to answer, then you want to ask him. I want to know exactly your health status. Are you open to having doctors check you here in Nigeria? I mean,
Annie,
it can't be that you don't have a question to ask him.
No, certainly I must have. Whichever way, I must rummage through the bank of questions and give him one. Let me ask Tinubu that, is there anything he can do for the health sector of this country to come alive with all that is necessary, so that there won't be, for instance, a president going abroad and staying there for a long time? And specifically, because it's just the same thing, specifically, his own health as a presidential candidate, does he have faith that, yes, he can carry Nigeria along with everything?
Okay.
Now, for Obi, because I think Obi is the new firebrand, yes, even though he's been governor, the question will be, how can you give Nigeria electricity? I just choose one question. Electricity, and it will run 24/7. Is there who are the
One question.
One question. I will simply ask him a question of how he can maintain Nigeria's unity.
So, okay, good. My question to you now is that why was security a question you directed to Atiku?
Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah, why?
Good. You see, he operated at the higher, maybe after the president, he was at the highest level in government. Now, as at that time, so that he can reveal to Nigerians what he was telling Chief Obasanjo, certain things that Chief Obasanjo did not listen to him. Now, what was his role? Because it was in Chief Obasanjo's time that even this Boko Haram reared its ugly head. What was his role in making suggestions that, of course, Nigerians will think would have been able to nail the upsurge of Boko Haram? Because after Chief Obasanjo, the thing started growing until the way it is now. And we've always had government. Atiku is the highest person that has come closer to the president. Now, why I also asked Kwakwanso the question of unity is because, you know, there was a time they were talking about he and Obi being together. And because of perhaps what I feel, remember, I'm not a spirit. Now, what I feel is that because of tribal differences, he doesn't want to deputize Obi. He doesn't want Obi to be on top and himself will be the deputy.
That's for Kwankwaso.
Yes, for Kwankwaso. Now,
for
Obi, why am I asking him?
On electricity.
Annie, Obi left here and went to Egypt. And sorry, because for me, there's nothing wrong. Because nobody knows it all. I can ask Asha Frank what he understands very well. Ask Dr. Bidema what he understands. And add to the one I have. And it will make for improvement in me. Now, he went there and I'm sure he got something. Nigeria seemed to be reeling and tottering in development for me because of lack of power. Did he learn anything that could help us? From there, a kind of one will be opened.
All right, Amanda, go your thoughts there.
Are they true?
Yeah, you're true. Lord Asha Frank.
Very simple question. To Kwankwaso, my question will be like this. what do we do so quickly to ensure that the solid mineral sector contributes a minimum of 30% to the GDP? And I'm going to ask him that question because he's coming from an area that have a large deposit of solid minerals. To Peter, a simple question. How do you... I'll ask Tinubu, how do you think you can deepen the participation of government in business, enterprise, and industry in partnership with the private sector to addressing critical sectors of the Nigerian society? And I would do that because he was the first person who brought an independent power plant into Nigeria, Enron. He was the first person who brought mobile telephony into Nigeria, Econet Wireless. He's a very successful businessman, chairman of Continental Group of Companies, chairman of Nation Group of Companies. And I know that government must be serious in business because, as MK Abiola said, politics is serious business. Government cannot make all that money, stay aloof, and say private people should go and become the hub of employment and development. Sourcing their money from where? Then the one in government house will go to where? So I want him to tell me business. How do you think government can be strong in business? Encourage the private sector and partner with it, and see how, and tell me how that could substantially impact on the growth and development of Nigeria as a nation. So those are my three questions. Those are my questions each.
And I like that you said so. You told me why you asked them, so that we wrap up on this. Let me get to Obitima now.
Well, quickly for Tinubu, I'll ask if he fixed health sector in Lagos State, why do you go to France and the UK for treatment? And how do you fix health sector in Nigeria if you are still going to UK and France for treatment? Then for Atiku, it's still the same issue of insecurity as occasioned by this Fulani herdsmen attacks and all those things, because after his primaries, I was saying, how will he handle security, especially this issue of Fulani herdsmen attacks? Because after your primary, the first statement he made that anti-grazing laws are unconstitutional. So if you leave the situation as it is today, will it not create more insecurity for the nation? For P2B, I will ask him, yes, he did well in terms of cutting costs of governance. Can you replicate that at the national level if you become the president? And how do you use the money that is saved in our economic development? For Kwankwaso, is still...
Who did you ask this question?
P2B.
P2B, okay.
Yes. For Kwankwaso, the statement he made, in fact, I will ask him, do you believe in one Nigeria? If you believe in one Nigeria, why did you say that for P2B, that no Muslim or no this will vote for him? Because coming from Igbo. How do you create that kind of one, Nigerian unity and Nigerianness in Nigerians? Because your statement does not fit into a leader that want to govern a diverse nation like this. That's just...
All right. You see, we're not struggling here.
No,
we're not
he
fighting.
didn't tell us why he asked each one.
He did.
He did.
No, he did.
He has laptop.
Yes, he did.
Laptop, yeah.
He told us why.
He did.
So it's 22 minutes after 11, and this is what we need to do for opinion poll. I need to know what questions that you think you need to ask these presidential candidates: Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, and Konkoso. And I want to know why you want to ask them those particular questions. All right. And I don't know. I said, mentioned this earlier. I said, I think the campaign period is even too little. We need more time so that we can have more access to these people and ask these questions, since everybody knows that they've had their fears and their questions sorted out, and it doesn't seem as if we're rushed in. But I understand that in this case there's an increase to the campaign period. We've got 150 days, but then Nigerian politicians, I know, will shy away from a lot of the avenues made available for them to be able to answer these questions one-on-one. But I hope that we'll be able to make use of the opportunity ahead of us now. Campaigns, I think 28th, right, is when we have the official flag off for that. Let us be able to engage them properly, ask the right questions, make sure that the solutions they give to you are practicable. Too many people pull out things from theories and throw it at you and you think that's the answer. So 08109510951 or 081700000951. I'll call that number again. 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951. You can send an SMS or WhatsApp message to 07019339962 07019339962. You can also, on WhatsApp, you can also make it a 1-minute recording, okay? So we can play that off quickly. If it's more than 1 minute, it won't go through. Don't blame me for that. A 1-minute recording, send that to WhatsApp. I'll air that too. The question is simple, and it must be on this. If I start listening to your 1 minute, he's not answering any of these questions, or he's not answering my question, I'll cut it off. The question is, what question would you ask each of these candidates, Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, and Kwankwaso? Today 95.1 FM, good morning. Hello, good morning. All right, I couldn't make out what you were saying there, so please call back 08109510951 or 0817000951. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, what's your name?
I'm Williams, calling all the way from Puchi community.
Williams from all the way Puchi community?
Yeah,
good
in Delta.
It's good to have you. Go ahead, Williams.
Yeah, if I'm opportune to ask Tinubu, I will ask him why he allowed OBG to stay for 8 years. I didn't allow Jonathan to stay for 8 years. And now he's coming to Niger Delta to seek for our support. I'll ask him that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We got your thoughts. You have only for Tinubu. All right, he's gone. I wanted to know if you had for Tinubu is not the only contestant. You must have at least for 4 of them. But I mean, if you say you don't want to ask any of the other candidates anything, that's okay. Hello, today 95.1 FM.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mr. Gideon.
Mr. Gideon, good to have you.
I'm calling from Woji. Okay, if I'm to ask everything, I'll ask you if it is true that his health is not healthy, that he can fix our health institution in Nigeria within 1 year, so can stop traveling abroad. I'll ask it to be if he will keep saving money without investing them when we don't have adequate roads. I'll ask Atiku about security just like Ogema said. Then for Kwankwaso, he believe in one Nigeria. Then to wrap it up, just as Asha Frank says, that 99% of rumors are true in politics. Is it true that Tinubu's name is not what we hear is answering now? And is it true that
I don't understand. He's not. What was the last question, and for whom was that question directed?
I said, I'll ask Tinubu if the rumor going on about Tinubu about his health that is not healthy, is it that is not healthy? Is it that his name is different from what we know him to be as Tinubu? That's a different name. Those rumors are 99% correct. Thank you.
Okay, we got your thoughts on that. Hello, today 95.1 FM. Okay, let me get to the phone lines because I can't to the text message. I can't seem to connect. NS from Woji says, I will ask Peter Obi, how will you fix power when you travel to Egypt to go and study how they run their power there? I will ask him, why did you not travel? to Anambra to learn how to fix power since you were there for 8 years. I will ask Atiku if he would like to relocate the capital of Nigeria to Dubai since he loves that city so much. And I will ask Tinubu about his health. Niger Delta youths and elders should beware of Tinubu and his promise of sustaining the amnesty program, because these are the same persons that promised the unemployed youths 5,000 naira every month as stipend, and it hasn't come to a reality up to now. So all I'm saying in this meeting is a kind of manufacturing rancor. All right, Ikiabo Jacob, you sent that from Tombia. Good morning, Annie. To me, Tinubu's meeting with ex-militants may be a ploy by the Jagaban to sponsor violence in the south during the election, knowing fully well that he doesn't stand a chance of even garnering 15% of votes in the region. I mean, of all the stakeholders in the Niger Delta, he chose to meet with the ex-militants. Somebody said that was wisdom. Even the other stakeholders he reportedly also met with were not mentioned, which means they may not exist. A man who would drive 2 billion vans on presidential election day and even came out to defend his desperation can do anything. Nigerians beware of Tinubu. This is from Different Man. And I wouldn't like a situation where we'll have another presidency after President Buhari. I suggest all presidential candidates should present total health fitness certificates to avoid proxy meetings and autocratic voice of presidency. Udo, you send that in. Melody in Uniport says, I would like to ask Tinubu, is his company, can he employ someone of his age and health status to manage his company? Ask Obi his production and employment creation strategies. Atiku how he will solve religious fanaticism that breeds insecurity and conquest. So how will he address the Almajiri menace, which is a raw material for insecurities, and how many Almajiris he has pulled out of the streets? Good morning, presenter. For Obi, will he rule the country without governors, as we were told he did in the state without local government chairman? This is from Jerry. Well, I doubt if that is even possible. Annie, good morning, and others. My take on the president's speech to me is laughable. Eric, okay, we're not speaking about that this morning. Annie and co-presenters, good morning. From the way you attack your co-presenters on matters bordering on Islamization tendencies, etc., the discussions bordering on Islamic Bank as a religious bait, I'm advocating that we have a part B, Annie, that will give Obedima unhindered access to express his views. On Oju Uzokalu, he is a political contractor with no human development vision that qualifies him as a true politician. I was trying to read through that to see what your issue was. Attack, I don't know who I attacked. Obedima, did I attack you?
Nobody should put us under
this love that we have. They said I attacked you. George in Port Harcourt said, no, I didn't attack. See, you heard from the horse's mouth. Annie, is the man in the studio trying to do again Nigerians? I don't know what you're talking about. That English is giving me a headache. Good morning, Annie, and all present. This is from Newton Ikere. He says, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Obedima, for always standing on the side of truth. Your rewards are both here on earth and in heaven. You and Sir Sophie Brown are a beacon of hope, Newton Ikere. You see what I don't like about this now? Because somebody says something you identify with, suddenly that is the truth. So if I don't identify with what Dr. Obedima has said here, then I'm not standing on the path of truth. My truth is my reality is my truth. I will read on, but we agree that God should bless you. That part we will not take away. All right, let me also get to WhatsApp now. And WhatsApp says, I will ask Obi if he will do a rally or campaign on Monday during sit at home in his region. NS from Woji. I hope you answer that. My questions to the major presidential candidates, Peter Obi. What would you do differently in generating power for economic diversification, national industrialization, and employment generation? Atiku, how would you handle nothing educational emancipation, Boko Haram, banditry, and regional cohesion? How did you acquire intels? And then for Tinubu, how healthy are you? Why is Lagos treated like your personal estate? Why do you stick with Muslim ticket? Okay. You didn't tell us why you wanted to ask those questions. Somebody sent me something for 3 minutes 31 seconds. I said it has to be a minute. If it's 3 minutes 31 seconds, no, I'm not. I can't take it. Who killed our seaports? The Yoruba stayed 8 years in power. Niger Delta didn't remove OBJ. But Tinubu said no to Niger Delta's 8 years and planted his brother as vice president. Now he's coming to beg us to vote for him. His sweet talks cannot deceive us anymore. He has started failing with distinction. Williams from Fuche community, you send that in. Okay, let me take this. This is 38 seconds. I think I can afford to take that. Yes.
How would you manage the defectors, this elite who might be defecting to the Labour Party, since they might be going against what you stand for and what you believe in? I will ask Atiku, how would you manage religious fanaticism, since you deleted against the killing of Deborah and never condemned it? I'll ask Tinubu about his wealth. I'll ask Pokonso, how did you...
Okay, well, we got that. It seems quite a number of people are picking on Tinubu's health. It might be something. I mean, it is. If it's obvious that if there's a particular question that keeps arising, that there is something there that Nigerians really need to get clarification for, and Tinubu cannot continue to pretend that the issue of health is not on the top of the agenda for so many Nigerians, and it will be a huge hindrance towards his achieving his goal. It is important he's able to explain that and tell people why we have seen him in several other fora where he looks weak, where he looks like he's not coherent, or where he couldn't even attend altogether. This is something that Tinubu should prepare his answers for.
List showing 0 items.
Good morning, Hani, and everybody in the studio. This is Justice, aka Bobby Valentino. Okay, first, how we have Tinubu. People are asking question about his physical fitness, his educational qualification, and his age. How is he going to tackle it? And it's very close to this APC-led government, led by Buhari. What idea he has that he cannot give this Buhari-led government in time of tackling insecurity, unemployment, and other things that we are suffering in the country that is coming to do? Then I also has Atiku. Atiku has also been in power with Obasanjo 1999 to 2007. What idea he has at that time that he cannot put in place that is coming back to do? And as his age, must you be in government to change the nation for good? Then for Peter Obi, I will ask him, how is he going to change Nigeria from a mono economy, from importing economy to exporting economy? And how is he going to turn Nigeria around from borrowing economy to self-independent in economy?
Emmanuel said it to me, from a borrowing economy to a lending economy. Well, we should be lending. All right, good questions. Let me see if I can get another here. Okay, I have this other one.
Good morning, presenter and our guests in studio. My take on this, what I want to ask Atiku, how can he fix Nigerian economy to be the best economy ever? And how can he fix the unity of this country as one Nigerian? And Obi, the power sector, how can he fix it? And Tinubu, the health sectors, how can he fix it? This is all I want to ask them.
Thank you. We got your thoughts too on that. I keep hearing is it that because Obi mentioned something on power that everybody seems to think that's where we should ask him questions, or that he went to Egypt. So, well, since you've gone all the way there,
Now we are going to.
tell us what your eyes have seen. All right.
Okay, Annie, good morning. My name is Eroma. I'm calling from Port Harcourt, Mercyland. I will ask Peter Obi if he can swear to any deity in the life of his entire family that when he was at the helm of affairs of Anambra State, there is no 1 naira, 1 dime of Anambra's money that entered his pocket, knowingly or unknowingly. If this is false, then his entire family should die. He should swear to that.
That's harsh. Eroma, that is harsh. His entire family should die. That's what he wants to be president. No, now, please. And then you said knowingly or unknowingly. It could happen unknowingly. It might not be something he planned. So no.
How can the governor not have the fund of his state in his pocket? How does it function?
It should unknowingly.
No, how will he function
if he doesn't have
if the fund from the state does not enter his pocket?
Well, maybe his salary.
That one is not very unnecessary.
No, but that is because what we expect is that it's only your salary you have access to spend.
You
can't be taking the state funds and spending for yourself as you
as
he wants to travel abroad.
If he wants to travel abroad, then he should apply for his
ESTA code or whatever.
He should.
Good. The ESTA
because
code,
we read it here. The ESTA code is not determined by law. So that is it. But that is the funding. That is legitimate. It's not the one that you just go there and write and say, send me 300 million. What for? Nothing.
Must it be 300 million?
I don't know how much they used to collect now. To have an idea how much they used to collect. Good morning, Annie and the guests. I am Dr. Otega. Tinubu Baba, please, can you shed some light on your criminal charges in the U.S. and what you can do differently from this current administration that you have resigned as party leader, that you have reigned as party leader for 8 years? Baba, why you no one rest? Okay, I'll just skip that. Let's just leave it with Baba, why you no one rest. Atiku, why did you eat the bone that hung on your neck? Did you buy or have shares in some of those privatized establishments?
Which is unusual, no.
And Peter Obi, why is Annie and some guests constantly against you? Even Peter Obi has no answer to that. If that's the reason why you elected him, he will fail. So you better ask him something else. Even as a Harvard alumni with excellent verifiable records and plans for a better Nigeria, a full human being living in this Nigeria still wishes to support retrogressiveness. Well, it depends on what we're looking at. Dr. Ortega, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And then let me move on to this here. Good morning, Annie. I would ask Tinubu if he really has the characters our past military leaders had, most especially Sani Abacha has claimed that his vice Shetima, because if that is the case, I don't want him to be president of Nigeria, because I don't want we Nigerians to flee abroad and suffer rights abuses and also go backwards as a nation. This is from Kingsley. And if I can ask questions, I'll ask Tinubu, how can he deal with the fuel sector? Because he and his party are the ones who told Nigerians that fuel subsidy was a scam. And I'll ask him, how can he field educational sector? Because Tinubu, stood on their campaign grounds and told Nigerians that 4 years will be 4 years, and ASU strike is now the subject matter. And for Obi, I'll ask him if he has come to save money for the next government or save money for infrastructural development, and how can he translate his grammar to work? And for Atiku, how can he keep the unity of this country, because there seems not to be unity in his party? My name is Prosper. All right, Prosper, thank you. I'll take this voice note.
Okay, and I've minimized it now to 1 minute. Please, my question to Tinubu first is, Oga Tinubu, if you enter as our president, will you travel out of this country for treatment? Number one. Number two, what are your plans for the church in Aso Rock and the Christians in Nigeria? Number two, Atiku, how will you manage Nigeria and Dubai? I mean, how will you rule the two countries together, or will you abandon Dubai and focus on Nigeria? Then number two, what will you say in this country, Nigeria? That's for Atiku. Number three, Kwankwaso now, what are your plans for Nigeria? And do you have any vision for Nigeria? Then Oga P2B, we know most of your plans, but what I want to know, will you borrow money adding to the money Buhari have borrowed, or you will lead us without money? How will you achieve most of your vision? Because I know them. Thank you.
All right, okay, we got your thoughts on that one. Thank you. Newton Ikere sent this. He says, I'll ask Tinubu to tell Nigerians. Okay, I think I have this here. He sent a voice note.
Good morning, Annie, and everybody on board. Questions I will ask the presidential aspirants. For Tinubu, I will ask him to give Nigerians his genealogy. Who is he really? Who is this man? For Atiku, I'll ask him to tell us his role in the privatization process when he was VP and how much he sold to himself. Where to Kwankwaso? I have no question for that one. For Peter Obi, he has already answered all the questions that I had wanted to ask him. My name is Newton Ikere. I meant to say presidential candidates, not aspirants anymore. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we got that. He says he'll ask Tinubu about his genealogy, Atiku his role in privatizing half of Nigeria to himself, Kwankwaso, no questions at all. And for Peter Obi, he says he's answered all the questions he's had for him already. Okay. Annie, good morning. Even God understands the power of light in wealth creation, in turning the universe around. Genesis 1:3, he said, let there be light. So with regular light, Nigeria's economy will be strong and viable. So all the candidates must fix light. All right. So I guess what we want to hear from them is how they will fix it. I'll ask Atiku one question. How is he going to clear his name from Obasanjo's book that he wrote? Oh, if I was Atiku, I'll clean with eraser. I'll look for the book and clean with eraser. That's how I'll clean it. Let me try and see if I can get calls now. I was having issues earlier. Hello.
Good morning, Madam Annie.
Good morning. What's your name?
Odema, Obidema, and every other person. I'm Simon calling for Rumodumaya.
Simon, go ahead.
Okay, let me start from P2B. I will ask P2B, when you are governor of Anambra State, a torn education sector around in Anambra State, I will ask him now, how will you keep it as federal revenue? I will also ask him, when you are governor of Anambra State, under your Anambra State was rated as the state that has the highest road network in the whole state. I will still ask him, for all the federal roads that are spoiled, especially this Port Harcourt and Port Harcourt Expressway, how are you going to fix them? I also ask him, because our people said, it's what it's firewood that we fetch today, is what you use to cook tomorrow. How will you do save money? How are you going to do it? Which magic you are going to save money for a better Nigeria tomorrow? I will also ask him, he went to Egypt to acquire the knowledge because Nigeria is suffering at the life sector. How are you going to do it to make it a reality? Then okay.
No, go ahead, Tinubu, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I will ask Tinubu, when I was in Lagos, he also tried that education sector. Because I know when he set an exam in the whole Lagos State, and he said anybody that will win it, we rule Lagos State for one day. And one boy from Anambra State, 30 years from Anambra State, won it, and the boy ruled Lagos State at least for one day that time. So he put that competition in the education sector. How are you going to get it at federal level?
All right.
Then for your health.
For his health?
For your health. Are you going to bring whatever it takes for anybody that is sick for the person to be treated in Nigeria than to be traveling abroad every now and then?
Got your thoughts on that. Thank you so much. Good morning, 95.1 FM. I'll ask Atiku how he will handle insecurity when most of the northern parts have been taken over by Boko Haram. I'll reverse that prayer on Peter Obi back to sender. The word prayer. I will ask Tinubu, why do you think you are the type of person that Nigeria needs at this time? Why? Why at your age? Why? Good morning. Annie, I'll ask Tinubu. The guy has a problem with the age. Good morning, Annie. I'll ask Tinubu about all the promises he made without fulfillment in 2015. Atiku, how he will manage internal problems in the country since he can't manage PDP crisis. Obi, how he will manage IPOB problems. Cephas, Godson, you sent that in. I'll ask Tinubu if he has been a member of APC before APC primary this year. If he says he has been, and I'll ask him again, why can't he give your good idea to Buhari to better Nigeria and promote your APC? Why are you saying you stop insecurity? Do you mean Buhari has failed? Only Obi is sincere amongst all. Yeah, but Mr. Law, what questions would you have for Mr. Obi? Vincent from Woji, Atiku, how are you going to tackle insecurity? That's my question for him. Tinubu, how are you going to confront Christians with your Muslim ticket? And Kongwaso, how are you going to deal with uniting Nigerians? And with Peter Obi, I'm going to ask him to take a bow. Seen it. Good morning, Annie and the guest. I'll ask Tinubu how he will handle tax levies in various states. I mean, that's a really good question as far as I'm concerned, because a lot of Lagosians complain about heavy taxations, and some of these people are the stories. I mean, it's not proven, but some of the stories are traced all the way back to the task force coordinator. What's his name? The one that is now the head of Lagos State Parks and whatever. MC Olumo, and that one works closely with Tinubu. So we want to know, are we going to see a national MC Olumo, or I mean, there's going to be a diversified way to doing this? How do you need to tackle the issue of levies? Then Obi, I'll ask him how he'll handle the IPOB issue, very pertinent. And Atiku, I'll ask him of food security. Nelly, you send that in from Stadium Road. Annie, good morning. I'll ask Tinubu if he can hold the Nigerian flag with one hand. Augustus, you said that in. Why are you so mean? If he doesn't hold it with one hand, does that mean he can't work for Nigeria? Why must he hold it with two hands? All right, let me get back to the phone lines. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Yes. Good morning, ma.
Good morning. What's your name?
This is Evangelist Chukuma. I'm calling from Ahoda West local government.
Good to have you from Ahoda. Go ahead.
I want to talk on the presentation president rendered in the meeting.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about this morning. We're looking at the questions you're going to ask these four presidential aspirants: Kwankwaso, Obi, Tinubu, and Atiku. That's what we're looking at. The position the president had concerning education is not what we are having our opinion poll for. But you can go on our Facebook page, Today 95.1 FM, and go and comment on that, the newspaper review segment. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
And good morning, everyone in the studio. Good morning, Emeka from Owerri.
Emeka from Owerri, good to have you. Go ahead.
And I don't know whether you can permit me to discuss very little thing on the what we discussed earlier. Can I?
No, please just go straight to the opinion poll.
Okay. You see, for me, the question I will ask Tinubu, because that is my base. When people are saying Lagos, 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 I know more Lagos more than you say here. I'm calling you from now. See, I will ask Tinubu, can he, rest of our asking, will you fight corruption in Nigeria? And I think he will say yes. I will not ask him, how did they fight corruption during your term in Lagos State? How much were you having before you come to politics in 1999? And today, how much are you having? What are your investments? Because I know it's a lobby oil, you work in lobby oil before 1999. All of a sudden, the whole of Lagos State will become a lot of things for him, which all of us know. Issue of accountability, corruption, financial corruption. Because if you can do that in the local Lagos State, I don't know what will happen at later. This is why a lot of people talk to me about are skeptical about the administration. Even the judge and PDP. That aside, I will ask Kwankwaso, all of you, most of you have said it. When you use your mouth to say that election period like this, that if a man cannot become, or any other guy cannot become a president, you have already said the message of what you have in you. And the issue of Kwankwaso, I think one of the writers who have said it, I don't think I have anything for him because he cannot go beyond the panel state. I'm sure of that. On Atiku, I watch Atiku, Fulani, you know the menace, you know what Fulani is doing in Nigeria today. Just like we were discussing about the Muslim Islamization. I was just laughing because everybody got it right. We never joke with that sentiment. But I want to Atiku as a Fulani man. Are you going to take the line of your brother Buhari, or are you going to do something, anything new? Because if I was a Fulani man, this kind of thing will not happen. Why is it happening under Buhari? I may not say that all of them, all the Fulani are the same. But so I want to Atiku, what are you going to do about this issue of harassment, killer harassment that are ravaging and killing everybody? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We got your thoughts on that. We have to wrap up. Quickly take a few questions here, answers, sorry, from WhatsApp. I will ask the whole candidate what they'll do about local tourism, especially if they'll be visiting local communities as vacation to boost local economy, like the leaders in the West do, instead of traveling abroad. Ernest from Woji. I think that's a very important question. All right, let me see if I can take this quickly.
Good morning, Annie. My name is Mr. Bright. I am calling you from Rumibo. One, I will ask Kwankwaso what his economic and security models and policies would be. This is because he appears to be going about his ambition only on his popularity and goodwill. Two, Fatiku, I will ask him the programs and policies of the PDP government he served in, the gains and shortcomings, and how he's going to resuscitate those programs and policies and make changes if he intends to bring them back. This is because he tends to be emphasizing more on the past PDP administrations and economic gains they made during those days. 3, for P2B, I will ask him how he's going to exert himself to take decisive and serious decisions in government that are capable of affecting the feelings of the public. This is because he is going about his ambitions on merely appealing ears and eyes with rhetorics and good speeches and not willing to offend anyone. For Tinubu, I will ask him to tell me how he is going to get all the 36 state governors to key into his economic and security blueprints in order to make them trickle down those policies to the masses and make them part of their government, because he appears to make his economic and security policies to be liberal and people-oriented. Thank you.
All right, Bright. Okay, that seems like kind of questions that should be asked. Thank you so much. This is going to be the last one, and then we'll have to wrap up on the show.
Yeah, good morning, Annie and the crew. It's Brian from Imo State. I'll just key on Peter Obi and Tinubu, and I'll ask Tinubu in line with one of the campaign he did back then for Buhari. He spoke to Nigerian students and assured them that once they elect the general, that 4 years will be 4 years, and budget allowance will as well be issued. I'll ask him how will he actually address that, and so Peter Obi, how will he truly cut down the cost of governance?
Okay, Brian, it's so low. It's we could hardly hear it even here in the studio. Can you imagine what our listeners will be going through? So I've got to let you go there. I am Jude. My questions for Kwankwaso: do you believe the Igbos have equal rights in Nigeria as Fulanis? I doubt if Kwankwaso is going to come up and say no, they don't have equal rights. Of course, he's going to tell you they have equal rights. So you have to be fundamental about the question you want to ask. Kwankwaso is never going to tell you that they don't have equal rights. So there must be something that made you ask that question. That's what you should hit at. For Tinubu, do you think your health will allow you function optimally? How about your real age? For Atiku, how are you going to make Nigeria look like Dubai? And for Obi, don't you think you may be impeached if Labour Party doesn't get majority in the National Assembly? For me, especially for Obi, I think one of the things that I find might be tasking will be, should he emerge and he doesn't have good numbers of Labour Party represented in the Assembly, except if they are going to defect to join Labour Party. But why would they defect to join Labour Party, Manuel, when they have the structure, as it were? You've got PDP governors. Assuming it's PDP that has more governors and has more senators and has more House of Reps. And then Labour is like the tiny peak of light.
The president is the crown of all.
I doubt.
The president is the crown of all.
I doubt. I don't see how that happens. If he's president, he will come and meet them at National Assembly and then he'll propose something it won't pass.
He will lobby. The only thing you will tell me, he will go against spending money.
He will lobby,
that
and that's the point.
he
In
won't
the
spend.
lobbying is where they'll come and say, you lobby defects. As president, defect.
If he is wise, he can also defect. Yes, and then clear the way. And if he wants to go to Labour, he come back to Labour.
If he wants to go back to, he goes to PDP
whichever.
after he was there before, and then maybe further on go to
And then,
ABGA.
of course, and he deal with those that made him leave PDP.
Let me get to Lord Asher Frank as we wrap up. Lord Asher Frank, though I was reading something and I wanted to just quickly put out there. There was something you said there, then I needed to get the facts to that, where you said Econet was brought in by Tinubu.
Yes, Econet Wireless.
It was Striva.
No,
That
Econet Wireless was brought by Tinubu. Find out.
That's what I'm finding out.
Yes.
In January
He
2001.
brought Enron, he brought Econet
In
Wireless.
January 2001, the Nigerian Communications Commission concluded its digital mobile license auction with 3 successful bidders, namely Communication Investments Limited, Econet Wireless Nigeria Limited, and MTN Nigeria Communications Limited. The NCC, in a statement signed by its executive vice chairman, Engineer NSC A. Undukwe, is that you, Manuel? On January 19, 2001, said each of the 3 successful bidders was expected to pay a sum of 285 million naira license fee. On March 24, 2001, the NCC had a formal presentation of the licenses to the 3 final winners, Econet, MTN, Nitel, in Abuja. The then Minister of Communications, Alhaji Mohammed Azika, presented the digital mobile licenses to Econet Wireless Nigeria, MTN Nigeria, and Nitel. First to be given was Econet, which collected its license at exactly 12:50 p.m. by its chairman, Oba Otudeko. He thereafter handed it over to Mr. Strive Masiyiwa, the MD CEO Econet Wireless of Zimbabwe. And particularly, this guy spoke about how he came to Nigeria. Strive Masiyiwa, the founder and executive chairman of Econet Group and Econet Wireless, founded Econet Wireless in 1993. In March 2000, he fled from Zimbabwe because of persecution. He said at that time, when he wanted to come here, that the government, Obasanjo, insisted that he preferred Nigerian companies in partnership with experienced African operators to bid for the 3 available licenses. Musiwa said he first arrived in Nigeria to set up Econet, and he served as the company's interim CEO for about 6 months. So where did Tinubu feature in all of that?
Tinubu brought Econet Wireless. He brought that man to Nigeria. The same way he brought Enron for IPP. He did.
No, he didn't, because Musiwa was actually speaking to the misconception.
Let's not argue about
We're
it.
not arguing about it. It's the facts that are out there.
No.
Of course,
It's not Tinubu's company. It's not his company,
No,
but he brought them.
He even mentioned it. He mentioned it. He said that people were saying that Tinubu brought them, but he came to Nigeria. Or before he came, Obasanjo was insisting that he needed partnership Nigerian-based companies. He came in early to set up. Anyways, I just wanted to clear that. Let's get your thoughts though as we wrap up on the show, Lord Asher Frank.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What I want to say is that in weeks, I doubt if it's still weeks, the campaigns will officially start.
Less than.
I want to advise that based on the new electoral law, the young men and women, the old people should conduct themselves properly. We don't need to bloodlet. We don't need to be violent. Politics is about ideas. We pursue our interests peacefully. I can promise that in my capacity as the River State Coordinator of Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council, we will conduct our affairs with decorum.
All right.
And we will soon unveil our office, which I have donated for the Presidential Campaign Council in River State. So, for other parties, we should all work like brothers and sisters.
Lord
Thank you
Chief
very much.
Asher Frank, Monarch, River State Coordinator of Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council and Leader Bridge Organization Global, thank you so much for coming into the studio today.
It's my delight.
Dr. Obidima, JP, journalist and international affairs analyst, was here earlier on, but he's also gone to go and collect one staff of office from the Labour Party, so he had to leave early. Congratulations to you, Dr. Obidima, as your unveiling is happening today. Emmanuel Ndukwe.
Well, I certainly believe that all presidential candidates should be safer. And of course, in Nigeria.
To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon, this is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Lucky Maxwell. The headlines. Leadership of House of Representatives and ASU inch closer to resolving strike. Rivers State Minister of Education warns principals of public schools against extorting money from parents. Governor Nyesom Wike-led group withdraws from PDP presidential campaign. On the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin announces partial military mobilization in Russia. Details in just a moment. Thanks for staying tuned. There are indications that the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU may have reached a new agreement with the federal government. The leadership of the House of Representatives on Tuesday broke out the new agreement after several hours of meeting at the National Assembly in Abuja. However, the agreement is subject to the approval of President Muhammadu Buhari, who is currently at the United Nations General Assembly meeting at the UN. The president of ASU, Emmanuel Osoteke, led the union to the meeting, while the Minister of State for Education, Goodluck Opia, represented the federal government. After the closed-door session, Femi Gbajabiamila, who chaired the meeting, announced that the meeting produced some agreements. The speaker, however, did not state the agreement reached. He disclosed that the lawmakers would present the agreement to President Buhari upon his arrival, while ASU is to do the same with their members. The lawmakers will on Thursday meet with the National Information Technology Development Agency, the Accountant General of the Federation, the Auditor General of the Federation, and National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission to discuss further. Meanwhile, the National Association of Nigerian Students says it will go ahead with its plan to block the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport Abuja and Kaduna-Abuja Expressway today, as part of its protest against the ongoing industrial action by the Academic Staff Union of Universities. Revealing this to journalists on Tuesday, the chairman, NAN's National Task Force, Olumide Ojo, said students did not protest at the Apapa port as earlier scheduled for Tuesday to allow them strategize and plan for an impactful protest on Wednesday. He said on Thursday, students in the South, South and Southeast will mobilize for a showdown too. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State government has warned members of the National Association of Nigerian Students to desist from their planned blockade of the Kaduna-Abuja road. The State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, in a statement on Tuesday described the plans by a group of students to block the Kaduna-Abuja road as unacceptable and a prelude to the breakdown of law and order. Rivers State Ministry of Education has warned principals of public schools against extorting money from parents and students in the name of admission fees. In a press statement issued shortly after meeting with principals of public schools at Government Girls Secondary School, Oromineke in Port Harcourt, the Commissioner for Education, Professor Chinedu Mom, said some principals are charging outrageous fees for admission, while calling on those involved in the collection of illegal fees to desist from it or face disciplinary measures. The Commissioner maintained that admission into public schools is free. Professor Mom also dismissed report that some officials of the Ministry of Education were sent to harass principals and teachers of public schools. The commissioner further charged the principals and teachers to follow all directives from government in uploading the continuous assessment of SS3 students to both WAEC and NICO's designated websites. To politics now. The Independent National Electoral Commission on Tuesday released the final list of candidates for the presidential, senatorial and federal constituencies in line with the 2023 elections timetable earlier released in the year. INEC, which confirmed this in a statement by the National Commissioner in charge of voters' education, Festus Okoye, also posted the list on its website. The list contained 36 presidential candidates and the running mates of 18 political parties. Also, a total of 4,223 candidates will battle for 469 federal legislative positions. The commissioner, however, said the final list of candidates for the governorship and State House of Assembly elections will be published on October 4, 2022, as indicated in the timetable and schedule of activities for the 2023 general elections. Okoye also noted that the commission also received litigation during the period of compiling the final list. INEC listed current governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Godswill Akpabio, while the Senate President, Ahmed Lawan, was not listed. The camp of Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike in the People's Democratic Party has officially announced its withdrawal from participating in the presidential campaign of the party for the 2023 elections. The group made its position known after a long meeting which started at about 7 p.m. last night and ended by past 2 a.m. this morning at the private residence of Governor Wike in Port Harcourt. Members of the group said none of them will participate in whatever capacity in the campaign council unless the national chairman of the party, Iochia Ayu, resigns for a southern candidate. Some members of the group were recently appointed as leaders and members of the campaign council for the party's presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Present at this defining gathering at Wike's residence in Port Harcourt include Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, former governors Olusegun Mimiko of Ondo, Ayo Fayose of Ekiti, Donald Duke of Cross River, Ibrahim Dankwambo of Gombe, and Jonah Jang of Plateau, former Attorney General of the Federation, Mohammed Adoke. Others at the meeting are elder statesman Olabode George, Jerry Ghana, South Chairman of the PDP, Dan Obi, former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Chibudom Uche, Senator Sulaiman Nazif, Nena Ukeje, among several others. Federal High Court sitting in Port Harcourt, presided over by Justice Stephen Daylop Pam, was yesterday thrown into a rowdy session when the presiding judge insisted on hearing a motion to recuse himself alongside the substantive matter on a later date. When the court resumed yesterday, counsels to the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 12th and 16th defendant informed the court of their motion seeking for the presiding judge to recuse himself from further hearing the matter, while counsel to the 8th defendant told the court that he was yet to receive any process from the plaintiff. Ezemoye Ezekiel Amadi, who is a defendant in the suit and representing himself, also reminded the court of his pending petition against the judge and informed the court of the response from the administrative judge directing him to make oral application for the judge to give ruling. Today FM's Uchendo Ejowo reports that immediately the presiding judge responded that he was going to hear the application of Ezekiel Amadi alongside other motions and substantive matter together on the next adjourned date on the 26th of September 2022. Counsels to APC National Assembly candidate protested against his decision. Counsels to APC, Tudru Ede, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and all the counsels to the National Assembly candidate protested that hearing the motion alongside the substantive matter will amount to injustice. Speaking to newsmen outside the courtroom, Ezekiel Amadi threatened to take further legal steps should the judge go ahead to hear both the motions and the substantive matter on the next adjourned date.
This is the third time we have come to court asking for the same thing. And today, other defendants filed a motion for the court to recuse itself. And then the judge says he's going to hear everything together. And my contention is this. If you hear everything together, you are still going into the matter. If I have asked you to recuse yourself, then it is procedurally right to attend to that application from the beginning. Because I said I do not have confidence in any pronouncement that the court will make. If this matter had been reassigned long ago, we would have gotten to the point of hearing the matter, and then by now maybe we would have adjourned for judgment. I also want to put on record that everything that I said in court, the judge refused to record me. It's important that we call the attention of the world to what is going on in that court.
On his part, one of the counsels to PDP, DK Udenna explained that what transpired in the court and how they were served the motion by the defendants in the court.
The pre-election matter came up this morning for hearing. Fortunately, some of the defendants filed applications this morning, foisted on us, requesting that the learned trial judge should recuse himself from hearing the matter. The application was filed this very morning on a day when the matter was already set down for hearing. So the court directed that all the applications will be taken together and then has adjourned the matter to Monday, the 26th day of September 2022 for hearing.
The Rivers State governorship candidate of Action Alliance, Dawari George, has unveiled his running mate, Tony Anorewo. Speaking during the official opening of the Port Harcourt office of the Action Alliance yesterday, Dawari George disclosed that his choice of running mate was taken after a careful consultation with relevant stakeholders. He also promised to unveil his policy document before the start of the campaign season.
Capacity is needed to deliver results, and so professional competence cannot be ignored in identifying someone who fits the bill of the office of the deputy governor. The right choice for the office is one without a political baggage. We didn't come here to showcase ourselves. We actually came to win elections, and so since we are here to win elections, we are doing it with the consciousness of inclusive politics to make sure that everyone, every section is accommodated. And so based on the outcome of a thorough screening process, it is now my utmost pleasure to publicly present to you this day the deputy governorship candidate of the Action Alliance AA and my running mate in the 2023 governorship election in Rivers State, Tony Anorewo.
In his remark, the running mate of the Rivers State AA governorship candidate, Tony Anorewo, while expressing his gratitude to the party, also promised to share his vision with his principal.
And as we jointly march together to the elections of 2023 and ultimately into the government house of Rivers State, also called the Brick House, I want to assure you that looking back and looking forward, I found myself also repeating these words of scripture personally to you. And I paraphrase it as the scripture says. I recall, ever since I came to know you and associate myself with you, these words have become a reflection of my thoughts, realities towards you. Today I say to you, I know the thoughts I have for you, and the thoughts I think of you, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to support you and to peace in governance, hope and restoration to the people of Rivers State. Your Excellency, together with you, the new morning of Rivers State will be brighter, fresher and refreshing.
Today FM's Priye Izogu reports that top members of the Action Alliance party, including the former Commissioner for Information, Ibim Saminsari, attended the occasion. The Oba of Ogba Land in Ogba Egbe Mandoni local government area of Rivers State, His Eminence Nwachuku Nnam Obi III, has added its voice to those calling on the federal government to reconsider its decision to award contract for the protection of oil pipelines in the Niger Delta to ex-agitator government Ekpemokpolo, also known as Tompolo. Speaking with Today FM on the occasion of his first anniversary on the throne, the royal father said the decision of the government will amount to waste of national resources. He said the failure of the government to diligently prosecute past offenders gave rise to the number of illegal oil dealers.
If you're from Sokoto and you're sent here in Oba to secure Oba, how can you be effective? You're merely a contractor because you are going to contract those here to help you because you don't know here and you cannot be here. You can never go to river with basket, fetching water and expecting the water to go with you to the house. The government needs to think properly what they want. What we're doing is whitewash. If a strong man is able to guard a place, he's only acting as a surveillance man. A surveillance man gives information as he sees to enable reaction by those who have the power to react. But a nation that cannot secure basic infrastructure, life and property, it's not a nation. It's like a society of fiefdoms where warlords are running among, and then you're going to appease them, encouraging more evil in the society.
The author of Ogba Land also criticized the federal government for its failure to meet the demands of university lecturers who have been on strike for several months.
What is so difficult in what ASU is talking about? Why is it that we can't listen with an inner ears? Why is it that we are not imaginative enough to find solution to those things they're pointing at? You say they should not be corrupt. They shouldn't sell handouts. They shouldn't do this. They shouldn't do that. You're not willing to take care of certain basics. If a minister is not performing, you remove him. If you don't want to remove, go back and hear exactly what they're talking about. And there's nothing preventing you from breaking that chain of command and getting to the knack of it and solving the problem. Why should the children be at home for so long and everybody is comfortable? That is why I want to use this opportunity to thank the state governments that have been able to run their schools in such a way and manner that some of these complaints are reduced to the barest minimum. That's why some of them are not even on strike. I know River State is one of those states.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. More news and sports will be coming your way. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now the rest of the news. The people of Ogoni ethnic nationality have confirmed the restoration of electricity to rural communities by federal government through the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project HYPREP. The president of Ogoni Youth Peace Bearers Gifts, Ganago, also expressed happiness over the creation of specialist hospital, which he said will help create jobs for the people. Ganago, in an interview with Today FM, passed vote of confidence on the coordinator of Ferdinand Giadion in handling the HYPREP, just as he cautioned against any form of petition against the HYPREP coordinator, especially from those he described as selfish individuals who do not have the interest of Ogonis at heart. Some residents in Port Harcourt have expressed worry following the discovery of decapitated ram littered around parts of Port Harcourt and environs. This comes after some residents yesterday saw some decapitated heads of ram around Lagos bus stop, Garrison Flyover, Presidential Hotel, Rumwala Flyover, Obirikwere Flyover, Rumokuta Junction, and other strategic places around the city. But speaking with Today FM on the development of Port Harcourt youth activist Charles Jaja blamed the incident to lack of streetlights in major roads and streets of Port Harcourt. Jaja also believes that regular security patrol along the major roads and streets of Port Harcourt and its environs would have helped identify those who carried out the act. He, however, called on residents of Port Harcourt to be vigilant and prayerful, especially this political season.
Well, the sight of those ram heads at various junctions along Aba Road is a bad scene that should call for concern, to all well-meaning citizens of the state. Not only does it speak negatively of the state, but again, what is it trying to, address? Because when a child sees that kind of thing on the road, what do you explain to such a child that ram head has been seen here and there? And I think it is unfortunate that people will take advantage of the night season, to commit that kind of level of sacrifice in our state. We've never had it this bad, and I want to appeal to security agencies, to be vigilant, to step up their action, especially in the night season, because we are getting towards the political season and these people are taking advantage of the times to perpetuate evil in the land. And I also want to call on the Christian bodies and individuals to continue to pray for the land.
On the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a partial military mobilization in Russia that starts today. In a televised address to the nation, he said this was a necessary step to ensure Russian territorial integrity. He said the West wanted to destroy Russia. Russia's defense minister said in an interview that 300,000 people will be called up to serve in Ukraine. In sports, South Africa's Football Association is planning a bid to host the 2027 Women's World Cup. SAFA CEO Tebogo Motlanthe told AFP that they welcomed the world to South Africa when they hosted the Men's FIFA World Cup 12 years ago and would like to be given an opportunity to roll out the red carpet again in 2027 during the women's tournament. The decision to bid was made at the South Africa Football Association SAFA Weekend Executive Council meeting. South Africa faces stiff competition from other bidders such as Netherlands, Belgium and Germany, which have already launched a shared bid for the 2027 tournament, while the United States of America has indicated a desire to bid for the 2027 or 2031 contest. In entertainment, American rapper Belcalis Almanza, popularly known as Cardi B, has announced plans for her wedding ceremony 5 years after officially marrying colleague Offset. The couple secretly got married on the 20th of September 2017, and after much speculation by the public, Cardi B confirmed the rumor in June 2018. However, the Bodak Yellow rapper has announced her plans for a wedding ceremony as the marriage clocked 5 years on Monday. While the couple is undeniably one of the most romantic in the Hollywood scene, their union has witnessed several storms, offsetting Cardi B, parents to 2 kids, 4-year-old Culture and 1-year-old Wave. So in the news, here is a summary of the major stories. We told you that the leadership of the House of Representatives and ASU have hinted that they are closer to resolving the strike embarked upon by lecturers. We told you that the Rivers State Ministry of Education has warned principals of public schools against extorting money from parents. Governor Yeson Wike-led group has withdrawn from the PDP presidential campaign. On the foreign scene, we reported that Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced partial military mobilization in Russia. And that was news as edited by Onyekachi Wosu. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Lucky Maxwell. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
River State Governor Rotimi Amechi has attributed his victory at the Supreme Court in November 2007 to God's intervention.
The theft of crude oil in the Niger Delta has caused Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited to finalize plans to sell $2 billion of its assets.
Major Al-Mustafa challenges former President Olusegun Obasanjo to a public debate.
Chief Harrison Rukia assured Governor Rotimi Amechi and other APC chieftains of the community support.
In Nigeria, we cannot have Sharks playing against Eyimba and the referees from Port Harcourt. It's not possible.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
You're listening to Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Here is a breaking news. The National Industrial Court has ordered the Academic Staff Union of the universities to call off the ongoing strike. The ASU strike has been on for more than 7 months over failure of the federal government to meet the demands of the lecturers. We will bring you more details of the news as it unfolds.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way. All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Hey you, back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I could shoot you now. I will shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to where carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Take, you be number 15. You be number 5. More than no forget on a number.
Let's allow them do their job. Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you. Government tell us say police now our friend. I remember what my papa tell me. He say make I mind who I dey call my friend.
Young lady, you under arrest.
Oga, for waiting now. What I do?
When you get to the station, you find out.
Hey.
Don't show, everybody don't drop out.
I say I know they follow you go anywhere.
Hey, you know they go anywhere. Go and ask about Officer Mark. You see, if I deal with you, nothing will happen. Nobody will question me. I will deal with you.
Oga, leave my clothes now. Wait, you won't naked me. Oga.
Do you have 200,000?
200,000 for what now? Wetin I do where you want collect 200,000?
If you get to the station, you pay more than that.
200k for waiting. I don't get that kind of money. I don't get that kind of money. Oga, remember, you were once like us before you got into force. You have brothers and sisters like us in this society. The law says protect lives and properties. But what do we see today?
This life don't last forever.
Please remember, we have just one life. Why can't we live for one another? This message is brought to you from Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You're listening to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Here is a breaking news. The National Industrial Court has ordered the Academic Staff Union of Universities to call off the ongoing strike. The ASU strike has been on for more than 7 months over failure of the federal government to meet the demands of the lecturers. We will now bring you details of the news as it unfolds.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning, what's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're a slave.
Let's not do that now. So the Nigerian
You spot the difference now?
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
While not many in her homeland appear to know about her unique story, Mrs. Nika Davis Okundaye, the face behind the huge success of the Nika Arts Gallery, located in Lagos, Abuja and Osogbo, is regarded as a goddess in other lands like Europe and America, where her works are cherished by kings and presidents. Born in her native village of Ogidi, Ijuma local government area in Kogi State in 1951, young Nike had high dreams about what type of future she wanted for herself. But her dreams were truncated even before they could take form when she lost her mother at the age of 6. With a blow inflicted on her dreams by her mother's death, young Nike was taken away to live with her grandmother. Nike never went to school to study arts, the vocation that has brought her to global spotlights. Vocational training in arts was passed down from her grandmother, the late Madame Ibukunle, who was the leader of cloth weavers in her community. Watching her grandmother in the art of adire textile processing and helping her out, Nike walked up the line to become an expert in adire making, dyeing, weaving, painting, and embroidery. Nike spent the early part of her life in Osogbo, a recognized hotbed for art and culture in Nigeria. During her stay in Osogbo, her informal training was dominated by indigo and adire. Nika Davis Okundaye's romance with international exposure began in 1968 when she had an exhibition at the Goethe Institute in Lagos. Since then, she has grown to become a major name in the international art circuit. A product of the famous Osogbo art movement, Nika is today a world-acclaimed artist and art designer. She has become known for a modern approach to traditional themes in her colorful batik and paintings. Over the past 20 years, she has given workshops on traditional Nigerian textiles to audience in the United States and Europe. Among Nika's proudest achievements was her invitation to Italy by the Italian government in 2000 to train young Nigerian sex workers on how to use their hands to engage in creative ventures. When Nika got to Italy, she taught them skills in craft making, and many of the women became self-reliant in no time and stopped their old means of income. In 2006, she was awarded one of the highest Italian national awards for merit by the government of the Republic of Italy in appreciation of her efforts in using arts to address and solve the problems of Nigerian sex workers in Italy. In 2012, her adire painting was accepted and permanently featured at the Smithsonian, the world's largest museum, located in Washington, D.C., U.S. Some of her works can be found among the collection of prominent personalities around the world, including the White House, and also part of the collections of the Gallery of African Arts and the British Library in London. While little is known about Nike and her works across the country, two former presidents of the United States of America, Bill Clinton and George Bush, were so enthralled with her work at various times that they sought audience with her during their visits to Nigeria. Much more than just meeting and shaking hands with the two presidents, it was Nike who decorated George Bush's room in Abuja during his stay in Nigeria. As an accomplished artist, Nike has taught in several universities in the United States, imparting the knowledge of traditional adire designs in thousands of eager students from across the world. Some of the universities include Harvard, Columbus, Edmonton, Ohio, and Los Angeles, amongst others, teaching students with degrees as high as doctoral degrees. In 1982, she established the Nike Center for Arts and Culture in Oshogbo, Osun State, where trainings were offered free of charge to Nigerians in various forms of arts. The center was open to 20 young girls who were picked from the streets and offered a new life in arts. So far, more than 3,000 young Nigerians have been trained at the center. The center also admits undergraduate students from many universities across the country for their industrial training programs in textile designs. The center now admits students from Europe, Canada, and the United States of America. International scholars and other researchers in traditional African art and culture also visit the center from time to time for their research works on the processing of Adire fabric and African traditional dyeing methods. At a time when young Nigerians are in desperate need of a role model and inspiration in what self-belief and hard work can achieve, Nike's rise from the status of an unknown village girl born into an insignificant family in a rustic village to a globally celebrated icon can make for an A-list inspirational novel. Nike Davis Okundaye is married to Mr. Ruben Okundaye, a retired commissioner of police.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Okay, alright. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them because they are for your own good. Drive with care because life is dear.
You also sing this government.
Come for that station, John.
Don't worry you.
We're passionate about it.
We love talking.
We are
Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Peace is a situation where there is no war or violence in a society. Peace allows wealth to accumulate and the society to advance.
Through peace, generations of wealth, education, technology can build up, thereby making people very prosperous and happy.
Without peace, there will be violence, war, and underdevelopment in our society. The most disadvantageous peace is far better than the most just war. Let us embrace peace for a better society.
This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM.
It's what I pray for. All around the world. It's what I pray for. For my
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
Masumola Abudu, usually known as Mo Abudu, an indigene of Ondo State, was born on the 11th of September 1964 in the UK. She is a talk show host, TV producer, media personality, human resources management consultant, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. She has been described by Forbes as Africa's most successful woman. When she was only 7 years old, Mo Abudu's family, which were residents in the United Kingdom, relocated to Lagos. Mo attended Fiwasaye Girls Grammar School. When she was 12, her father died, and shortly after that, she returned to the UK, where she attended Hammersmith County Secondary School and Ridgeway School in Kent. She has a master's degree in HR management from the University of Westminster, London. Abudu is a member of the British Psychological Society and is qualified in occupational and personality testing.
Abudu started off her career in the UK as a recruitment consultant in 1987, becoming a branch manager. She went on to work for the Starform Group, managing the corporate credit management exhibition from 1990 to 1992. In 1993, she joined Arthur Anderson for ESSO Exploration and Production Nigeria Limited, now ExxonMobil, to head their human resources and training unit. She left in 2000 to establish a privately owned specialist human resources development company known as Viclorence and Associates Limited. While running VLE, Abudu developed an executive training center at the Protea Hotel, Oakwood Park, Lagos. Mo Abudu went on to produce and host a TV talk show popularly known as Moments with Mo, which became the first syndicated daily talk show on Africa Regional Television, which aired on Mnet with TV coverage in 48 African countries. By October of the year 2009, the program had recorded over 200 episodes, bordering on several topics including lifestyle, health, culture, politics, entertainment, and tradition. The program featured super guests and celebrities, including presidents, Nobel laureates, and the 67th U.S. Secretary of State, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Abudu was also creator and executive producer of a reality TV show known as The Debaters, a program funded by the Guarantee Trust Bank. The program was aimed at giving Africa a voice, which was done by promoting oratory. Mo Abudu is the founder of the Inspire Africa Foundation, a human investment arm of Inspire Africa Limited. The Inspire Africa Foundation is a registered non-profit organization that focuses on raising funds for the implementation of societal transformational initiatives. On July 1st, 2013, Mo Abudu launched Ebony Live Television, Africa's first global black multi-broadcast entertainment network. In a report titled Nigerian Woman Launches Entertainment TV Network, Mosumola Abudu was referred to as Africa's Oprah Winfrey. Mo Abudu adopted a catchphrase that says, "Everything you think you know about Africa is about to change forever." This exploit by Mo Abudu also caught the attention of Forbes Media, and she was named the first woman on the African continent to own a Pan-African TV channel. In recognition of her outstanding work in diverse fields, especially the media, and her service to humanity, she has been honored with many laurels. These include recognition by Forbes Media as the first African woman to launch a Pan-Africa TV channel and Entrepreneur of the Year award by Women Work in New York. She has also been listed as one of the 25 most powerful women in global TV by The Hollywood Reporter. Most recently, she was also honored with an honorary doctorate degree from Babcock University, Nigeria's premier private university. Mosumola Abudu is divorced and is blessed with 2 children.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, e dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe na offense.
I don't hear am, abi. You hear am too, abi. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message given now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
As the elections draw nigh, the future of Nigeria hangs on a thread. Is she going to become all the evil predictions? Or will she become aware of all her potentials? The leaders that will emerge will determine the path she will tow. As Nigeria journeys towards 2023, the yearnings of the people have become louder as poverty, insecurity, corruption and pain threaten the masses. And now, the voice of the people will no longer be silenced by bags of rice, wads of naira and yards of wrapper. Today FM presents Towards 2023. An opportunity to bridge the gap between the politicians and the people, because power is by the people, for the people, and of the people. Join us every Thursday by 5 p.m. as Today FM presents Towards 2023. An opportunity to bridge the gap between the politicians and the people. Towards 2023. Which way Nigeria? Which way River States?
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's that time on radio. Let's take you into the life and times of men and women who inspire, role models who have shaped the world.
He was a great scholar whose relevance surpasses the shores of Nigeria and Africa. His name is Senator Dr. Obiwali. Obiwali was born on 27 February 1932 in Rumigbo Town, headquarters of the Apara Kingdom in Obiakpon local government area of Rivers State. He was called Obiajungo at birth, being the first surviving child of his parents, Chief Frank Wali Otubo and Mrs. Jenny Wali, a granddaughter of the prominent Ezebunwo Waduba of Orowokwo, Rebisi in Port Harcourt. He started his primary education at the Holy Trinity School, Rumapara, very close to his father's compound, from 1938 to 1943. Thereafter, he acquired printing skills as well as organizing evening classes for the Standard 6 candidates in 1946. Dr. Wali was later admitted to the prestigious West African Institute, Calabar, in Cross River State in 1947. His parents became uncomfortable with the distance between them and their only son, and therefore changed his school to St. Augustine's Anglican Grammar School, Nkwere, in Imo State, where he wrote the Cambridge School Certificate Examination and passed in Division 1. Between 1952 and 1955, he was offered a job at the Tropical Testing Establishment in Port Harcourt as a lab assistant, which he rejected, and later got a job as a clerk at the Residence Office in Cameroon, where he also gained typing skills. In 1955, he gained admission into the Premier University College, Ibadan, where he earned a BA in English Language and Literature with second-class upper division. After his graduation, Wali worked with the Federal Civil Service as an administrator with the Ministry of Works and Survey, Lagos in 1959, and later got a job with the University of Ibadan as an assistant lecturer in the Department of English. Thereafter, he transferred to the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, where he taught courses including Introduction to African Literature. Wali presented his paper in 1962 at the Makerere University, Uganda, at the first major conference on New African Writing at the institution. The well-known paper was later published in the 10th issue of the Transition magazine. Wali obtained his master's degree in English and Literature in 1963 at the Northwestern University, Everton, USA, and his doctorate degree in 1967 in the same subject. The outbreak of Nigerian Civil War in July 1967 and the creation of Rivers State fueled Wali's interest in politics. He was one of the founding fathers of Rivers State, Nigeria, and served as its first Commissioner for Education under the DSP's administration. In 1975, Zamani Lukwat, the then military head of Rivers State, appointed him the chairman of the Governing Council of the Rivers State Technology. He was also elected councillor in 1977 for Ward 26, comprising Rumigbo, Rumepericum and Rumorasi communities in Port Harcourt City local government area. In 1978, Dr. Wali joined partisan politics as member of the then Nigerian People's Party (NPP) and became one of the 6 deputy chairmen of the party. He was also appointed member of the 1978 Constituent Assembly and a member of the Constitution Drafting Committee that drafted the 1979 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Wali was his elected senator representing Port Harcourt Senatorial District in 1979, and in 1980 he was elected the minority leader of the House of Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria. As a politician, he is most remembered for championing the cause of the Ikwere ethnic minorities in Nigeria. Senator Wale was one of the best-known leaders from the Niger Delta region to consistently campaign against the marginalization of the Niger Delta people, particularly the Ikwere ethnic nationality. He fought for the creation of Port Harcourt State out of the then River State, Nigeria. While he campaigned for the correction of the imbalances in the socio-economic and political power of the Nigerian state throughout his political career, he is also remembered for his call for a critical examination of Nigeria's commitment to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Besides his contribution to the politics of Nigeria, Wale also contributed immensely to the literary works in the African hemisphere and globally, when in 1963 he contributed his controversial essay, The Dead End of African Literature, where he declared that literatures written in European languages did not qualify as African literature, although Chinua Achebe opposed his opposition. Other African literary giants accepted his works, such as Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who later changed his name to a traditional African name, following Wale's argument. Wale was violently murdered and dismembered at home in his bedroom by suspected hired assassin on April 26, 1993. The reason for the murder remained unestablished. However, many speculated that it was in connection with his political opinions. Some notable statesmen were accused of complicity in Wale's murder, and he was later buried on 24 February 1994. In 2014, the Obiwale International Conference Center was opened to the public in Port Harcourt, River State, created and named in the memory of Obiwale's political and literary contributions to the state. And finally, the Ikwere people organized an annual memorial lecture in Obiwale's honor.
Personality profile. Now you know.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
You can never plan the future but the past. He who has a why to live can bear almost any out. Lost time is never found again. It is the province of knowledge to speak, and it is the privilege of wisdom to listen. I don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. In the end. It is not the years in your life that counts. It is the life in your years. Make it count with us. Make it count with us at Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
Hey, you want to speed drive? Come on, go to the racetrack. You want to smoke? Not on the steering wheel. You want to drink alcohol? Don't do it on wheels. Go to a bar and don't drive afterwards. Seat belts are not for fancy. They're there to save your life. Know your traffic rules and obey them, because they are for your own good. Drive with care, because life is dear.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way.
All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Then you back there. Hold on there.
Their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I go shoot you now. I go shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain dey fall. You no get conscience at all. Jake, you be number 15. You be number 5. Mona no forget una number.
allow them do their job.
Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am